Naruto Uzumaki didn't become Hokage. He became something that makes Hokages shit their pants. A flaming skull, hellfire chains, and a stare that literally kills you with your own sins. Yeah, that Naruto. Buckle the fuck up.
The ground was still warm 3 days later. The Anbu investigation team measured the scorch marks in the alley behind the slums of Konoha's Red District and found that the stone had been melted into glass. Smooth, black, reflective glass that hummed when you touched it, like something alive was trapped underneath. 4 root operatives had entered that alley. 4 sets of armor were recovered. The armor was empty. The bodies were gone. And in the center of the alley, burned into the earth so deep that no amount of rain or repair jutsu could erase it, was a symbol, a skull, wreathed in fire. Nobody in any division of any village had ever seen that symbol before. Nobody could explain what had happened. But every stray dog within 6 blocks refused to walk near that alley for the rest of its life. And if you pressed your ear to the glass at midnight, you could hear screaming. This is the story of Naruto Uzumaki. But it is also the story of something much older than him, something that existed before chakra, before the Sage of 6 Paths, before the tailed beasts, before the first human ever looked into the dark and felt afraid. This is the story of the spirit of vengeance and the 8-year-old boy who became its vessel. Every village has ghost stories. Konoha had Naruto. Let me tell you how it started. There was a woman named Kimiko who sold dumplings from a cart near the east gate. She was 73 years old, walked with a slight lean to the left because of a bad hip, and had hands that smelled like flour and sesame oil every single day of her life. Her husband, Takeo, had been a retired chunin. Nothing special, a man who ran supply routes during the Second Great War, and came home with a limp and a quiet way of sitting on porches and watching the sky change color. They lived in a small house behind the dumpling cart. They had no children. They had no legacy. They had each other, and they had a routine that had kept them alive and content for 47 years of marriage. And they had Naruto. Nobody asked them to feed the boy. The Hokage's stipend kept Naruto alive in the technical sense. He had an apartment, he had running water, he had enough money for instant ramen if he stretched it. But Kimiko saw the kid digging through a trash bin behind her cart one Tuesday afternoon when he was 6 years old, and something inside her chest broke in a way that would never heal. She called him over. She gave him 3 pork dumplings and a cup of tea. Naruto ate so fast he choked, and Kimiko patted his back and told him to slow down, that there was more, that there would always be more. She meant it. For 2 years, every single evening, Naruto showed up at the cart. Kimiko had a plate ready. Tako would be sitting in his chair out front, and he'd nod at the boy. Just a nod, nothing dramatic, nothing performative. And Naruto would sit on the step next to him and eat, and sometimes talk about his day at the academy. Takeo listened. He asked questions. Simple ones. Did you pass the shuriken test? What'd you have for lunch? You staying warm enough? Nobody else in the entire village asked Naruto questions like that. Nobody else cared about the answers. These 2 old people were the closest thing Naruto Uzumaki had to a family. They were kind in the way that costs nothing and means everything. The way that just involves showing up, being present, and treating a lonely child like a human being. And on the night of October 10th, the anniversary of the Nine Tails attack, the night the village drank itself stupid and reminded itself why it hated the demon brat, a 4-man root ambush squad cornered Naruto in the alley behind Kimiko and Takeo's house. Naruto knew the routine. Every October 10th, somebody tried something. A thrown bottle, a shove, a drunk civilian calling him a monster. Usually the Hokage's hidden guards intervened. Usually it stopped at bruises. This was different. Root operated outside the Hokage's knowledge. Danzo had given no specific order regarding the boy that night. These 4 had simply decided, on their own initiative, that the village would sleep better if the Jinchuriki stopped breathing. They were zealots, the kind of shinobi who replaced their conscience with a mission statement and called it duty. The first one grabbed Naruto by the back of his shirt and threw him face first into the wall. The boy's nose broke. Blood splattered across the stone. Naruto hit the ground and tried to get up, and a boot came down on his hand. He heard the fingers crack before he felt them. Kimiko came out her back door because she heard the noise. She was in her sleeping robe, her white hair down, a kitchen knife in her hand because it was the closest thing she could grab. She saw 4 masked shinobi standing over a bleeding child, and she screamed at them. She screamed the way old women scream when the world shows them something too evil to process. Raw, furious, breaking. "Leave him alone. He's just a boy. He's just a boy." One of the root operatives backhanded her across the face. She hit the ground hard. The kitchen knife skittered across the cobblestones. And Takeo, 78 years old, bad leg, retired supply runner, came through the door behind her with a rusted kunai he'd kept in a drawer for 30 years. He made it 2 steps. The root operative's blade went through his chest and out his back. Clean. Fast. Takeo looked down at the sword sticking out of him with an expression that was less surprise and more disappointment, like he'd expected the world to be cruel, but had hoped, just this once, it might make an exception. He fell. Kimiko crawled to him. She was crying. She pressed her hands against the wound, but the blood was everywhere, hot and dark and spreading, and Takeo's eyes were already going glassy. He looked at her. He tried to say something. His mouth moved. No sound came out. Kimiko held his face. "Stay with me. Stay with me, you stubborn old man." Naruto was on his knees 5 feet away, broken fingers cradled against his chest, blood running from his nose and a cut above his eye, watching the only 2 people who had ever loved him die in front of him. The root operative pulled his blade out of Takeo's body and turned toward Kimiko. She was still holding her husband's face. She was still talking to him. She didn't look up. The blade came down. Kimiko's hand fell away from Takeo's cheek. Her body slumped forward across his. Their blood mixed together in the gutter between the cobblestones, running in thin streams toward the drain. Naruto's world ended. He crawled to them. His broken fingers left red streaks on the ground. He reached Kimiko first. He grabbed her hand, her flour and sesame oil hand, and held it. And her fingers were still warm, but there was no grip, no squeeze, nothing coming back. He held it anyway. He held it and stared at her face and tried to make her wake up. And she didn't wake up, and she was never going to wake up. He was 8 years old. He was alone. And the root operatives were still standing behind him, cleaning their weapons, discussing whether to finish the job or leave the Jinchuriki alive as a message. One of them laughed about something. Naruto heard it. The laugh. Standing over 2 dead civilians and laughing, something broke inside Naruto Uzumaki. Something fundamental. A wall that had been holding back a door that should never have been opened. And behind that door, in the deepest, coldest, oldest dark that existed underneath all of reality, something moved. The temperature in the alley dropped 40 degrees in half a second. The root operative who had been laughing stopped mid-breath. His mask fogged over. His hands started shaking, and he was a veteran killer. His hands had been steady for 20 years. They shook now. The shadows in the alley began moving wrong. They stretched toward Naruto like fingers. The street lamp at the mouth of the alley flickered, buzzed, and exploded in a shower of sparks. And a voice spoke. It came from everywhere and nowhere. It came from the dark between the walls and the space under the cobblestones and the place behind Naruto's eyes where the Nine Tails slept. But it was older than the Nine Tails, older than chakra, older than death itself. Because it was the thing that came after death, the thing that waited with a ledger and a pen and an appetite that had never once been satisfied, the Shinigami. They took everything from you. Naruto was shaking. Tears and blood were running down his face in the same streams. Kimiko's hand was still in his. They will take more. They will always take more. This world is full of the guilty boy, full of hands that reach for the innocent and mouths that smile while they do it. I want them to stop. Naruto whispered. His voice was small, broken glass. I can give you that. I can give you the fire that burns the guilty to ash. I can give you the chain that drags their souls to judgment. I can give you eyes that see every sin ever committed and a voice that delivers the verdict. You will become the spirit of vengeance, my hand in the living world, my rider. What does it cost? A pause. The dark seemed to smile. Everything. Naruto looked at Kimiko's face. Peaceful now. The wrinkles smoothed out. She looked like she was sleeping. She looked like she might sit up and hand him a plate of dumplings and tell him to slow down, that there was more, that there would always be more. She was dead. Tako was dead, and the men who killed them were standing 6 feet behind him, alive and laughing. Yes, said Naruto Uzumaki. The contract burned itself into existence. It was written in a language that predated all human language. It carved itself into Naruto's left forearm in lines of white-hot fire that left the skin blackened and smoking. The pain was, there are no words. Imagine every nerve in your body activating simultaneously while something ancient reached inside your chest and grabbed your soul with both hands and squeezed. Naruto screamed. The scream tore out of his small body and echoed off the walls of the alley, and every window within 3 blocks cracked. The root operatives drew their weapons. They were elite, trained since childhood, emotionless, fearless. They felt fear now. The fire came from inside Naruto. It erupted through his skin, peeled the flesh off his skull, and replaced the boy with something else entirely. His eyes went first. The blue irises burned away and were replaced by twin points of orange hellfire that cast their own shadows. His hair ignited. His skin cracked and flaked and fell away in burning pieces, revealing bone underneath, white, clean bone that immediately caught fire and burned with a flame so intense the air around it shimmered and warped. His jaw opened. The scream changed. It dropped 3 octaves and became something that was less sound and more judgment. A roar that carried the weight of every unpunished crime that had ever been committed in this village. The Ghost Rider stood up. The cobblestones under his feet melted. The chains, where did the chains come from? Materialized around his torso, wrapped across his burning ribcage, coiled over his shoulders and down his arms. They were heavy black iron, each link covered in tiny symbols that glowed with hellfire, and they moved on their own, slithering and adjusting like living things. The leather jacket materialized last, spiked at the shoulders, black as the space between stars. It settled over the rider's skeletal frame, like it had been waiting for this moment since the beginning of time. The 4 root operatives stared at the thing in front of them. Their training told them to engage. Their instincts, the deep, primal, animal instincts that predated all training and all discipline, told them to run, to drop their weapons and run as fast and as far as possible, and to keep running until their legs gave out, and even then to crawl. One of them ran. He made it to the mouth of the alley. The hellfire chain shot out of the rider's hand like a striking snake. It crossed 30 feet in less than a heartbeat, wrapped around the fleeing operative's waist and pulled him back. The chain burned through his armor, through his clothing, through his skin. The man screamed. The chain burned the scream out of him. By the time the rider pulled the operative back to arm's length, there was nothing left. Ash drifted to the ground where a human being had been standing half a second ago. The second operative attacked. He had a tanto in each hand, and he was fast. Chunin speed, maybe low jonin. He crossed the distance in a blur. The rider caught the first tanto in his bare hand. The metal turned orange, then white, then liquid. It dripped through his skeletal fingers and sizzled on the ground. The second tanto hit his rib cage and shattered like it was made of sugar. The rider grabbed the operative by the face. One hand, the skeletal fingers wrapped around the porcelain mask, and the mask cracked and the fire began eating through it. The Penance Stare activated. The operative's visible eye, the one not covered by the cracking mask, went wide. His body locked rigid, every muscle seized. Inside his skull, every sin he had ever committed was playing on loop at maximum volume. Every throat he had cut. Every child he had watched Danzo condition. Every person he had passed in the street knowing they would be dead by morning because of orders he had carried. Every single one of those moments crashed back into him simultaneously, and the pain was immeasurable because it carried the weight of every victim's suffering attached to it. The operative's eye burst. Just burst. The blood that came out was boiling. He went limp in the rider's grip. The rider held him for one more second, then dropped him. The body hit the ground with a sound like a bag wet sand. 2 left. They attacked together. One launched a fire release, great fireball technique, a full-powered blast that would have leveled a house. The other flanked right, sword drawn, aiming for the rider's spine. The fireball hit the rider square in the chest. It washed over him like warm water. The flames bent around his body, absorbed into the hellfire that was already burning across every inch of his frame. The rider grew brighter. The fireball fed him. The operative who launched it stumbled backward, mouth open behind his mask, watching his strongest jutsu get eaten alive. The flanking operative drove his sword into the rider's spine from behind. The blade hit bone. The bone did not move. The blade snapped. The operative held a broken hilt and stared at it for the last second of his life. The rider spun. Hellfire chain. Both chains extended simultaneously, left and right, whipping out in wide arcs that cut through the air with a sound like tearing metal. The chains wrapped around both operatives, one around the chest, one around the throat. Guilty. The chains tightened. The hellfire flared. The screaming lasted 2 seconds. Then silence. Ash fell like snow in the alley. The Ghost Rider stood alone in the dark, surrounded by scorch marks and ash, and the bodies of 2 old people who had committed no sin worse than loving a lonely child. The fire began to dim, the bones faded back to flesh, the skull grew skin and muscle, and those blue eyes came back. But different now, haunted, older than any 8-year-old's eyes should be. The chains stayed. They wrapped themselves tighter against his body, coiling under his clothes, invisible but present, always present. The jacket stayed. It was too big for him. It hung off his small frame like he was wearing his father's coat. Naruto Uzumaki collapsed to his knees between Kimiko and Takeo. He was shaking so hard his teeth were chattering. The smell was brimstone, sulfur, ash. The air tasted like copper and fire. He reached out and took Kimiko's hand again. It was cold now. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He said it until the words stopped meaning anything. He said it until his voice gave out. He sat in that alley in the dark, holding a dead woman's hand, wearing a jacket that smelled like hellfire, and he did not move for 6 hours. The Anbu patrol found him at dawn. They found the glass, they found the ash, they found the 2 bodies, and they found a small boy asleep on the ground between them, tear tracks dried on his face, a jacket that radiated heat wrapped around him, and chains they couldn't remove no matter how hard they tried. They brought him to the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, the professor, the god of shinobi, a man who had seen things that would break lesser minds, sat behind his desk and looked at the report, and then looked at the boy sitting in the chair across from him and felt something he had not felt in decades. He felt afraid. The chakra coming off Naruto was wrong. It wasn't the Nine Tails. Hiruzen knew that signature intimately. This was something else. Something that predated chakra entirely. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff in the dark, knowing the ground ended somewhere ahead, but being unable to see where. It felt like the moment before a verdict. It felt like judgment. "Naruto," the Hokage said carefully, "can you tell me what happened?" Naruto looked at him, those blue eyes, the same blue eyes. But behind them, deep behind them, something flickered orange for just a moment. "They killed Kimiko Bachin and Takeo Jisun," Naruto said. His voice was flat, empty. "They killed them because they were nice to me." Hiruzen's pipe had gone out. He didn't relight it. "And the root operatives? Gone." "Gone where, Naruto?" The boy's eyes flickered orange again, longer this time. The temperature in the office rose 3 degrees. "Where they belong." The Hokage did not ask again. He assigned a dedicated security detail to Naruto. He launched a quiet investigation into Danzo's root operations. He tripled the surveillance around the boy's apartment. And late that night, alone in his office, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the scroll of forbidden seals. Not the commonly known one, the other one. The one locked behind 7 layers of barrier jutsu in a vault beneath the Hokage monument. And he searched for any reference to the Shinigami that went beyond the Reaper Death Seal. He found very little. A few ancient texts, pre-Sag era mythology, references to a spirit of vengeance, an entity that served as the Shinigami's agent in the mortal world, hunting the guilty and delivering punishment that could not be escaped, not even by death. The text described it as unstoppable, immortal, powered by hellfire that burned the soul, not the body, capable of seeing sin and punishing it with a single gaze. The text also described every previous vessel as eventually losing their mind. Hiruzen closed the scroll. He sat in the dark for a long time. Then he poured himself a very large drink. Naruto went back to his apartment. He tried to sleep. The screaming started the moment he closed his eyes. 4 voices, 4 root operatives, screaming from somewhere below reality, somewhere hot and lightless and eternal. They screamed and screamed and screamed, and they would never stop, because what the rider had done to them was permanent. Naruto stuffed his pillow over his ears and pressed until it hurt. The screaming continued. It would always continue. He lay there in the dark, 8 years old, wearing a jacket made of something that wasn't leather, chains wrapped around his small body like a cage, and he stared at the ceiling and understood with perfect clarity that he had traded one prison for another. The 9 tails rumbled in its seal. It had been silent during the transformation, silent and afraid, which was something the 9 tails had never been. It had felt the Shinigami's presence press against the seal, had felt something older and darker and more absolute than itself pour through the cracks, and for the first time in its ancient existence, the 9 tails had retreated to the farthest corner of its cage and stayed there. It spoke no, cautious. "Boy, what have you done?" Naruto didn't answer. "That thing inside you now, it is older than me, older than all of us. The Biju, the Sage, the 10 tails, we are children compared to what you just invited in." "They killed them," Naruto said to the ceiling. "They killed 2 old people who gave me dumplings." The 9 tails was quiet for a long time. "Then they deserved what they got," the fox said finally. "But you will carry the cost of that justice for the rest of your life. And your life just became very, very long." Naruto turned over and pressed his face into the mattress. He didn't go to the academy the next day, or the day after that. On the 3rd day, Iruka Umino showed up at his apartment with a bag of groceries and found Naruto sitting on the floor in the corner of his room, still wearing the jacket, chains visible on his forearms where his sleeves had written up. "Hey kid," Iruka said, setting the groceries down. "You missed 3 days. That's a new record even for you." Naruto looked up. The dark circles under his eyes were so deep they looked like bruises. "Iruka-sensei, do people go to hell?" Iruka blinked. He was a chunin who taught 12-year-olds how to throw kunai. He was radically unequipped for this question. "That's a big question, Naruto." "I know where they go," Naruto said quietly. "I can hear them." Iruka sat down on the floor next to him. He didn't ask what that meant. He didn't probe. He just sat there, and after a while, he started unpacking the groceries, and he made rice and grilled fish in Naruto's tiny kitchen, and they ate together on the floor. And Naruto ate slowly for the first time in his life because there was nobody waiting for him with a plate and a smile and a promise that there would always be more. Kimiko was dead. The plate was empty, and there was never going to be more. But Iruka was there, and Iruka came back the next day, and the next, and the week after that, and he kept showing up, and he never once asked about the jacket or the chains or the way the air around Naruto sometimes shimmered with heat. Naruto went back to the academy. He kept his head down. He spoke less than before, which was notable because before he had spoken constantly. Loud, brash, demanding attention because attention was the closest thing to love he could get. Now he was quieter. He still cracked jokes. He still pulled pranks. He still called Sasuke a bastard and argued with Sakura and fell asleep during lectures. But there was something behind his eyes that hadn't been there before. A weight, a knowingness, the look of someone who has seen what happens to the guilty and carries the sound of it in his skull every time he closes his eyes. The other students didn't notice. Kids are remarkably bad at noticing the things that actually matter. The teachers noticed. Iruka noticed. The Hokage noticed. Nobody said anything. Months passed. The Ghost Rider did not appear again inside Konoha. Naruto clamped down on it, fought it, buried it under willpower and stubbornness, and the sheer desperate refusal to let that thing out again. It was like holding a door shut against a hurricane, exhausting, constant, requiring every ounce of focus he had. But outside Konoha, the story started. A bandit camp near the border of the Land of Fire was found completely destroyed. 17 bandits, all dead, all burned from the inside out, their faces locked in expressions of absolute horror, their bodies reduced to charred husks. The ground around the camp had been melted into glass. Witnesses, a merchant family the bandits had been about to rob, described a figure on fire, a skeleton wrapped in chains, riding something that roared like a demon and left burning tracks in the dirt. The figure had said one word before the killing started: guilty. A corrupt magistrate in a border town was found dead in his locked office. The door had been melted shut from the outside. The walls were scorched black. The magistrate's body was intact, but his eyes were gone, burned out of his skull from the inside, like something had reached in through his pupils and set fire to his brain. The Penance Stare. His ledger, filled with records of bribes and falsified executions, was open on his desk. A slaving operation running out of the land of waves was dismantled in a single night. 43 slavers, all dead. The slaves, mostly children, were found unharmed, sitting in the wreckage, staring at the sky. When asked what happened, they all said the same thing. The burning man came. He said we were innocent. He set us free. Then he burned the bad men. He burned all of them. The story spread. Merchant caravans carried them. Traveling monks repeated them. Bar conversations in every nation's capital turned to the same subject: a figure of fire and bone, a rider on a machine that burned the road behind it, chains that moved on their own, eyes that killed with a look. They called it the Ghost Rider. The bingo book got a new entry: no name, no village affiliation, no known jutsu classification, just a description: flaming skull, chains, motorcycle, unknown technology, hellfire abilities, penance stare, kills on eye contact, mechanism unknown. Threat level, S rank. Approach with extreme caution. Do not engage alone. Do not engage in enclosed spaces. Do not engage at night. The addendum, added after 3 separate investigation teams failed to return, read simply: do not engage. Naruto was 13 when the pattern changed. Every time the rider emerged, it was the same. Naruto would feel the pull, a tug behind his sternum, like a fishhook embedded in his soul, and he would know with absolute certainty that somewhere nearby, innocent blood was being spilled. The pull was impossible to ignore. He tried. In the beginning, he tried everything. He bit his tongue until it bled. He dug his fingernails into his palms. He locked himself in his apartment and wedged a chair under the door handle. It was useless. The rider was not a choice. It was a compulsion. A cosmic imperative. When the guilty harmed the innocent, the spirit of vengeance answered. Naruto's consent was optional. He would black out, or half black out, aware enough to see through the rider's eyes, but powerless to control what happened. Like watching a movie from inside the screen. He saw every judgment, felt every chain, heard every verdict. And in the morning, he would wake up somewhere in a field or a forest or a rooftop, smelling like brimstone, with ash under his fingernails and the taste of copper in his mouth. And the screaming. Always the screaming. More voices added every time. A choir of the damned living in the back of his skull. By 13, Naruto Uzumaki had killed more people than most jonin. He had never made the conscious decision to kill any of them. The rider had. The rider always had. And the rider was never wrong. Every single target had been guilty, provably, irrefutably guilty of harm against the innocent. The rider could see sin the way other people saw color. There was no ambiguity, no gray area, only the guilty and the innocent and the fire that separated them. That was the worst part. Naruto couldn't even be angry about it, because every single person the rider had killed had deserved it, and he knew that. And hating the rider for being right was the most exhausting thing in the world. He graduated from the academy dead last, on purpose. He tanked the written exam, flubbed the taijutsu demonstration, and deliberately failed the clone technique 3 times. He wanted to be invisible. He wanted to be overlooked. He wanted to be the dead last loser that nobody paid attention to, because the alternative was someone discovering what lived inside him. He failed the graduation exam. Mizuki approached him that night. The white-haired Chunin instructor with the sympathetic smile and the plan that reeked of treachery. Naruto could see it. Not with the rider's eyes, just with his own. He had learned to read people the hard way. Mizuki's smile didn't reach his eyes. His kindness had conditions. His voice had hooks. Naruto, there's a secret test, a way to pass. All you have to do is steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's vault. Naruto looked at him for a long time. Sure, Mizuki-sensei, he said. Sounds totally legitimate and trustworthy. The sarcasm flew over Mizuki's head entirely. Naruto stole the scroll. He sat in the forest with it and learned the shadow clone technique in an hour, because despite being the dead last, Naruto Uzumaki had chakra reserves that dwarfed most jonin and a bullheaded determination that bordered on supernatural. He created 1,000 clones on his first successful attempt. The forest was wall-to-wall Naruto's. Mizuki showed up, right on schedule. He brought a giant shuriken and a smug expression and a monologue about the Nine Tails that was clearly rehearsed. "You're the Nine Tails Fox, Naruto. The demon that destroyed the village. That's why everyone hates you. That's why you'll always be." "I already knew," Naruto said. Mizuki blinked. "What?" "I already knew about the fox. I've known since I was 8. I've had a conversation with it. Several, actually. It's kind of a jerk, but it gives decent advice sometimes." Naruto tilted his head. "Did you really think I didn't know? I have a giant seal on my stomach, Mizuki-sensei. I'm dumb, but I'm not blind." Mizuki's plan was falling apart, and he could feel it. He grabbed the giant shuriken off his back. "Give me the scroll, demon brat." "No. Then I'll take it from your corpse." Mizuki threw the shuriken. It was a solid throw, fast, spinning, lethal. Naruto caught it. With one hand, Mizuki's face went white. Naruto held the massive shuriken in his right hand like it weighed nothing. He looked at it. He looked at Mizuki. And for a moment, just a moment, his eyes flickered orange, and the metal of the shuriken began to glow red, and the air temperature around Naruto spiked hard enough to make the leaves on the nearest tree curl and wither. "You tried to use me," Naruto said. His voice was still the 13-year-old kid, still rough and raw and young. But underneath it, barely audible, there was a second voice. Deeper, older. The voice of something that had been making these kinds of judgments since before this world had a name. "You tried to trick a kid into stealing a weapon so you could take it for yourself and sell it to an enemy village. You were going to let me take the blame. You were going to let me die for your profit." Mizuki took a step back. His legs were shaking. The moonlight caught his face, and the fear on it was so pure it was almost beautiful. "You're a traitor," Naruto said. "You're guilty." The orange flared in his eyes. The shuriken in his hand melted, dripping molten metal onto the grass where it hissed and smoked. Then Naruto closed his eyes. He breathed in, he breathed out. The orange faded, the temperature dropped. The chains under his jacket rattled once and went still. He opened his eyes, blue again. "But Iruka-sensei is watching," Naruto said, glancing toward the tree line where Iruka was crouched, wounded, bleeding from the shuriken Mizuki had thrown earlier. "And he believes I'm better than what's inside me. So I'm going to do this the normal way." He formed a cross seal, shadow clone technique. 1,000 Narutos filled the clearing, shoulder to shoulder, wall to wall, a sea of orange and blue and blonde hair, every single one grinning that old Naruto grin, the one that was pure defiance and stubbornness and refusal to break. "You wanted to fight the dead last?" Naruto said. "Here, fight 1,000 of him." What happened to Mizuki in the next 30 seconds was so thorough that the medical team had to identify him by dental records. He survived. Barely. He spent the next 3 months in the hospital and the rest of his life in prison, and on dark nights when the guards weren't watching, he rocked back and forth in his cell and whispered about blue eyes that turned orange and a boy who caught a giant shuriken like it was a tennis ball. Iruka gave Naruto his headband that night. The scar across Iruka's back from Mizuki's earlier shuriken would never fully heal, and Naruto carried the guilt of that, not because it was his fault, but because guilt was what he did now. Guilt was the currency the rider traded in, and the exchange rate was merciless. "You're a genin now, Naruto," Iruka said, tying the headband around the boy's forehead. "I'm proud of you." Naruto cried. Just a little. He turned his head so Iruka wouldn't see, but Iruka saw, because Iruka always saw. Team assignments came. This is where the story splits from what you know, because in this world, the Hokage made different choices based on different information, driven by the creeping fear that the boy with the Hellfire chains might need something that standard team formations couldn't provide. Naruto was assigned to Team 7 under Kakashi Hatake. That much was the same. But the rest was different. Sasuke Uchiha, last of his clan, consumed by the desire for vengeance against his brother Itachi, was placed on Team 7 because Kakashi's Sharingan could help him develop. Sakura Haruno was placed on the team because her chakra control was the best in the class, and her analytical mind was, in theory, an asset. But the Hokage added a private note to Kakashi's file. Sealed. Eyes only. The Uzumaki boy is the vessel for something beyond the Nine Tails. I do not fully understand it. I do not know how to contain it. The reports from outside the village are consistent. The Ghost Rider is real. It is connected to Naruto, and it cannot be stopped by any known means. Your job is not to train Naruto Uzumaki. Your job is to give him a reason to stay human. Kakashi read the note 3 times. He burned it. Then he went to a memorial stone and stood in front of it for 2 hours, talking to names carved in rock, asking them for advice they couldn't give. Kakashi met his team on the roof of the academy building. He looked at them. Sasuke, brooding, angry, talented, a bomb waiting for a trigger. Sakura, smart, eager to prove herself, drowning in a crush that was going to get her killed someday. And Naruto, sitting at the end of the bench in a spiked leather jacket that smelled faintly of smoke, chains visible at his collar and wrists, blue eyes that kept flickering to the shadows like he was expecting something to come out of them. All right, Kakashi said. Introductions. Name, likes, dislikes, dreams. I'll go first. I'm Kakashi Hatake. I have many likes and dislikes. My dream, none of your business. Sakura blinked. That told us nothing. Exactly. Pinky, you're next. Sakura gave her introduction. It was 90% Sasuke related. Kakashi's visible eye glazed over. Sasuke went next. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like much. I dislike many things, and I have an ambition to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Kakashi nodded. Standard Uchiha angst. Expected. Blondie, you're up. Naruto looked at him. For a long moment, he said nothing. The chains under his jacket shifted, and Kakashi's instincts, honed by decades of combat, screamed at him. Every hair on the back of his neck stood up. The Sharingan behind his headband throbbed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the boy said. I like ramen. I like people who are kind when they don't have to be. I dislike guilty people. My dream. He trailed off. He looked at the sky. The afternoon light caught his face, and for just a second, Kakashi saw how young he really was. 13, small for his age, bags under his eyes, a jaw set too tight for a child. My dream is to be free, Naruto said. Kakashi felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The bell test happened the next morning. Kakashi set the rules. Get the bells, teamwork is the lesson, blah blah blah. Sasuke engaged with full intensity because Sasuke had exactly 1 speed, maximum. Sakura tried to formulate a strategy and was caught in a genjutsu within 30 seconds. Standard stuff. Naruto walked straight at Kakashi, hands in his jacket pockets, no stance, no guard. Kakashi watched him approach. The Sharingan slid his headband up, just to observe. What he saw made his blood freeze. The chakra around Naruto was layered. The outermost layer was normal, the boy's natural reserves, massive but unremarkable in color. Beneath that, red and angry, was the Nine Tails. Kakashi knew that one. He'd been briefed. Beneath the Nine Tails, there was something else. A third layer. Black. Not dark. Black. The absolute absence of light. And it moved like it was alive, pulsing in rhythm with Naruto's heartbeat, and Kakashi's Sharingan, which could read jutsu and predict movements and see through illusions, could not analyze it at all. It was like trying to read a book written in a language that didn't exist yet. The Sharingan gave him nothing, less than nothing. It gave him a headache that started behind his eye and spread to the base of his skull. Come at me, Kakashi said. Naruto stopped 10 feet away. You sure? The way he said it, the absolute casual weight of those 2 words, like he was giving Kakashi a genuine out, like he was being merciful. Kakashi felt a flicker of something dangerously close to survival instinct. He pushed it down. I'm sure. Naruto moved. 1 second he was standing 10 feet away. The next second his fist was an inch from Kakashi's face. Kakashi blocked, barely, forearm up, textbook defense, a block that would have stopped a Chunin clean. The impact shattered the ground under Kakashi's feet. Cracks spider-webbed out in a 10-foot radius. Kakashi's arm went numb from fingertip to shoulder. The Sharingan had tracked the movement, technically, but the speed was wrong. It was faster than what a Genin body should be capable of. It was faster than most Jonin. It was the kind of speed that came from something beyond muscle and training. Kakashi leaped back. His arm was tingling. He looked at Naruto, who was standing in the same spot, hands back in his pockets, completely relaxed. Sorry, Naruto said. I pulled that. A lot. Kakashi stared at him. The Sharingan was spinning, trying to calculate, trying to predict, getting nothing useful. How much did you pull it? Naruto smiled. It was a sad smile. The kind of smile that belonged on a man 3 times his age who had lost too many things. Kakashi-sensei, if I hit you for real, there wouldn't be a training ground left. He tossed the bells to Kakashi. Both of them. He had taken them during the punch. Kakashi hadn't felt a thing. You pass? Kakashi said faintly. I know, Naruto said. He turned and walked back to where Sasuke and Sakura were watching with identical expressions of shock. Sasuke's Sharingan, he'd awakened it already, though he hadn't told anyone, had seen the movement. It had processed the speed. It had measured the power. And every data point told him the same thing. Naruto Uzumaki was operating on a level that Sasuke couldn't even conceptualize, let alone reach. This was the first crack in Sasuke Uchiha's worldview. It would become a fracture. Eventually, it would become a canyon. Team 7 took missions. D ranks first. The standard chores and errands that every Genin team suffered through. Naruto did them without complaint, which surprised Kakashi, who had been briefed on the boy's reputation as a loud, disruptive prankster. This Naruto was quieter. He worked hard. He cracked jokes, good ones actually, delivered with a dry wit that suggested he had been paying attention to the world even when the world wasn't paying attention to him. He was funny, genuinely funny. The kind of funny that comes from pain, where humor is the last wall between a person and the abyss. Hey Sakura, if Sasuke's face gets any more constipated, we should take him to the hospital. I think his angst might be medical. Shut up, Naruto. I'm serious. Sasuke, blink twice if you need fiber. Sasuke did not blink, but Kakashi behind his mask smiled. There were moments when Naruto was just a kid, when the fire was dormant and the chains were quiet and the screaming in his head was far enough away to ignore. In those moments, he was warm and loud and desperately trying to connect with anyone who would let him. He bought Sakura flowers once, not because he liked her romantically, but because she'd mentioned her mother's garden was wilting, and he thought flowers might help. He trained with Sasuke after hours, and the training was brutal and physical, and they both ended up bruised and panting. And for 30 minutes at a time, they were just 2 boys pushing each other to get stronger. Those moments were rare. They were precious. And they always ended the same way, with the pull, the tug behind the sternum, the smell of blood on the wind. And Naruto would go stiff, his eyes would flicker, and he would excuse himself with a joke and disappear. And Kakashi would find him the next morning in a crater somewhere, smelling like sulfur, with ash on his hands and new voices screaming in his head. The rider could only be delayed. It could only be contained. It could never be stopped. Months passed. Team 7 grew closer. Kakashi began to understand what the Hokage had meant. Naruto needed people. He needed anchors to his humanity. Without them, the rider would consume him entirely, and the boy would disappear, and there would be nothing left but the burning skull and the chains and the endless, absolute judgment. The first real mission came. A request crossed the Hokage's desk from the intelligence division. A massive human trafficking ring had been identified operating out of a fortress complex in the Land of Iron. Hundreds of victims, women, children, civilians kidnapped from border villages and sold into slavery across 3 nations. The operation was run by a former samurai warlord named Gato. Wait, no. Gato was dead, someone worse. A man named Reigen, who had a small army of mercenaries, several rogue ninja on payroll, and a fortress built into a canyon wall with natural defenses that made a frontal assault suicidal. The mission was supposed to go to a full Jonin squad, but the political situation was delicate. The Land of Iron maintained strict neutrality, and any large-scale Konoha deployment would be seen as an act of aggression. The Hokage needed a small team. Surgical, subtle, he chose Team 7. Kakashi for leadership and infiltration, Sasuke for his Sharingan and combat ability, Sakura for medical support. It was a test, a real test. B rank, maybe A rank, depending on how many rogue ninja Reigen had on his payroll. The Hokage did not assign Naruto to this mission. On the official roster, Naruto was listed as on leave, medical. In reality, the Hokage had given Naruto a direct order to stay in the village. because if the Ghost Rider appeared in the Land of Iron, it would be a diplomatic catastrophe. Naruto agreed. He stayed. He ate ramen at Ichiraku's. He trained alone. He played with Konohamaru and his friends and taught them the shadow clone technique and laughed when Konohamaru accidentally cloned himself into a version with 2 left arms. For 3 days, Naruto Uzumaki was just a kid. On the 4th day, the pull hit him so hard he fell off his chair. It was like a fist slamming into his chest from the inside. The chain reaction of innocent suffering triggering the spirit of vengeance's compulsion. Somewhere, far away, but the distance was irrelevant to something that operated on the soul's frequency, innocent blood was being spilled. A lot of it. Enough to wake the rider from its deepest dormancy. And layered beneath the compulsion faintly, like a voice carried on the wind, Naruto felt something specific, something personal. A team member in mortal danger. A bond being stretched to its breaking point. A life about to end. Sasuke Naruto was on his feet before the ramen bowl stopped spinning. He sprinted for the village gates. The Chunin guards saw him coming and stepped into his path. The Hokage's orders were clear. The boy wasn't leaving. "Move," Naruto said. His eyes were orange. Both of them. Fully. The chains were glowing through his jacket, visible as lines of pulsing light against the black leather. The air around him was rippling with heat. The guards moved. Naruto cleared the village gates and the transformation started mid-stride. His right foot hit the ground and the shoe melted. His left foot hit and the ground cracked. He was running at full speed, his body burning from the inside out, the leather jacket igniting at the shoulders, his face beginning to crack and peel. And then the hell cycle materialized. It formed from the ground up. First the wheels, black iron rimmed with hellfire, the tires leaving molten glass on the dirt road. Then the frame, twisted black metal that looked like it had been forged in a place where physics were suggestions. The handlebars, wrapped in chains that glowed white hot. The engine, if you could call it an engine, a roaring, screaming thing that ran on hellfire and sounded like 100 souls wailing in unison. Naruto, no, the rider, swung onto the cycle in one fluid motion. His transformation completed mid-mount. The skull was out. The flames were roaring. The chains were alive, whipping around his body, anticipating violence the way a hunting dog anticipates the chase. The hell cycle's front tire lifted off the ground. The rider twisted the throttle. He crossed the distance between Konoha and the Land of Iron in 4 hours. A journey that would take a standard shinobi team 3 days. The rider didn't use roads. Roads were for things bound by geography. The hell cycle could ride on any surface, dirt, water, cliff face, air itself for short bursts, and the rider rode it like the concept of terrain was a suggestion he had chosen to ignore. He left a trail of fire and melted glass across 2 nations. Farmers in their fields looked up and saw a line of flame streak across the horizon. Merchant convoys heard the roar and pulled their carts off the road. A patrol of Land of Iron samurai tracked the scorch marks and found that the trail ended at a cliff face, went straight up it, actually melted handholds in the stone, and continued on the other side. The fortress complex was built into the eastern face of a massive canyon. Natural stone walls, heavy gates, guard towers with archer positions, a small army of mercenaries patrolling the perimeter. Inside, according to the intelligence briefing, 3 floors of cells where the trafficking victims were held, a command center where Reigen operated, and a lower level where the rogue ninja stayed. Kakashi's plan had been to infiltrate at night, use the cover of darkness, disable the sentries quietly, free the prisoners floor by floor. The plan had gone wrong within the first hour. They had been made. An informant inside the fortress had tipped off Reigen. Kakashi's team walked into an ambush on the 2nd floor. 3 rogue ninja, 2 missing nin from Kirigakure and 1 from Sunagakure, plus 30 mercenaries in a kill box designed to funnel intruders into crossfire zones. Kakashi fought like the legend he was. Lightning blade carved through 3 mercenaries before they could blink. His Sharingan tracked the Kiri missing nin's water release, water dragon technique, and countered with a copied jutsu of his own. He was a machine. But there were too many. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and fought back-to-back with Kakashi. His fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower, scattered fireballs across the corridor, igniting 3 mercenaries. He was fast. He was skilled. He was 13 and outnumbered 10-1. Sakura was behind them, pressed against the wall, a kunai in one hand, medical kit in the other. She had bandaged a wound on Kakashi's arm without being asked. Her hands were shaking, but her wraps were clean. She was terrified and functioning anyway, which was the definition of bravery even if she didn't know it yet. The Suna-missing Nin, a wind user, launched wind release, great breakthrough down the corridor. It hit Sasuke and sent him flying through a stone wall. Sasuke hit the ground hard. Blood. The curse mark on his neck pulsed, trying to activate, feeding on his pain and rage. He pushed it down. He'd been pushing it down for months. 6 mercenaries descended on him. He fought 3 off. The 4th landed a kick to his ribs that cracked something. The 5th pinned his sword arm. The 6th drew a blade and raised it for the killing stroke. That's when the wall of the canyon exploded inward. No, exploded isn't strong enough. The entire eastern wall of the fortress, 3 feet of reinforced stone and iron, detonated inward like a bomb had gone off on the other side. Chunks of rock the size of carts flew across the room. Dust and debris filled the air. The ground shook hard enough to throw everyone off their feet. And through the hole in the wall, through the dust and the debris and the settling stone, came the sound, a low mechanical roar, rising in pitch, rising in volume, like an engine but wrong, too deep, too angry, too alive. The roar bounced off the canyon walls and amplified, and it filled the fortress from floor to ceiling, and every person in the building stopped what they were doing and listened. Because the human brain is hardwired to respond to the sound of an apex predator, and whatever was making that noise was the apex predator of apex predators. The rider came through the hole in the wall on the Hell Cycle, full speed. The cycle was vertical. He had ridden it straight down the canyon face, leaving a trail of melted rock behind him, and launched off the wall and through the fortress like a missile made of fire and fury. He came off the cycle midair. The Hell Cycle slammed into a group of mercenaries and detonated on impact. A hellfire explosion that sent bodies flying in every direction, armor melting, weapons liquefying, the stone floor turning to lava in a 20-foot radius. The cycle reformed behind the rider 3 seconds later, because it couldn't be destroyed any more than he could. The Ghost Rider landed in the center of the fortress's main corridor, feet first. The impact cracked the floor in a starburst pattern. The flames on his skull roared high, painting the ceiling with dancing shadows. The chains unwound from his torso, extending outward, each one moving independently, each one alive with hellfire. For 1 second, one single, frozen second, every person in that corridor saw him clearly. The burning skull, the empty eye sockets filled with orange fire, the spiked leather jacket, the chains, the stance, feet planted, skull tilted slightly forward, like a predator deciding which prey to kill first. The mercenary who had been about to execute Sasuke dropped his sword. It clattered on the stone. He stared at the rider with an expression that was beyond fear. It was the total, absolute shutdown of a brain confronted with something it couldn't process. "What?" the mercenary said. "What the hell is?" The rider looked at him. "Guilty. Hellfire chain." One chain shot out, wrapped around the mercenary's torso, tightened once, and the man was gone. Ash. The ash drifted to the floor gently, almost peacefully, like snow. The corridor erupted into chaos. 30 mercenaries, 3 rogue ninja. All of them turned their attention to the burning skeleton standing in the center of the hall. They attacked. It was like watching a wave crash against a mountain. The first wave of mercenaries charged with swords and spears. The rider's chains extended. Hellfire chain whip, sweeping in wide horizontal arcs that caught 6 men at once. The chains cut through armor like it was paper. They cut through the bodies behind the armor just as easily. Ash. 6 piles of ash where 6 living men had been standing. A mercenary with an explosive tag launcher fired point blank. The tag hit the rider's chest and detonated. Fire and shrapnel erupted outward. The smoke cleared. The rider stood there, unbothered, the flames on his skull burning brighter from the explosion's heat. He turned toward the launcher, Hellfire blast. The rider opened his jaw, and a torrent of concentrated hellfire erupted from his mouth. A beam of orange-white flame that hit the launcher operative and the 3 men behind him. The blast punched through the far wall of the corridor and kept going, cutting a molten trench through 2 more rooms before dissipating. 4 men gone. vaporized. The Kiri missing nin launched water release, water dragon technique. A massive serpent of pressurized water tore down the corridor, a jutsu powerful enough to demolish a building. The water hit the rider. It evaporated. Instantly. Completely. The entire water dragon, thousands of gallons of pressurized water, turned to steam the moment it touched the rider's hellfire. The steam cloud was so thick and so hot it scalded the mercenaries on either side of the corridor, sending them screaming. The rider walked through the steam, his chains extended forward. They found the Kiri missing nin, hellfire chain bind. The chains wrapped around his arms, his legs, his chest. The hellfire burned through his skin, through his muscle, reaching for the soul underneath. The missing nin screamed. His partner, the second Kiri ninja, formed hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. He tried to trap the rider in a sphere of water. The sphere formed. The rider was inside it. The water boiled. Bubbles erupted across the surface. The sphere began glowing orange from the inside as the rider's hellfire heated the water past boiling, past steam, into something that was no longer water but superheated plasma. The sphere detonated. A shockwave blew out every window on the floor. The second Kiri ninja was thrown backward, his hands blistered, his face burned, his water jutsu destroyed as thoroughly as if it had never existed. The rider emerged from the steam cloud. He was already holding the first Kiri ninja by the face. Penance Stare. The missing nine's eyes met the rider's, and every sin, every assassination, every betrayal, every innocent life he'd taken during his years as a missing nine, every single one came rushing back. The psychic impact was so intense that the man's body convulsed. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Blood ran from his eyes, his nose, his ears. His brain simply couldn't handle the weight of his own crimes reflected back at him at full intensity. He dropped, dead before he hit the floor. His eyes were burned out, empty sockets, still smoking. Kakashi watched from 20 feet away. His Sharingan was wide open, spinning at maximum speed, trying to analyze, trying to record, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It gave him nothing. The hellfire didn't register as chakra. The chains didn't operate on any known physical principle. The Penance Stare wasn't a genjutsu. There was no chakra manipulation, no neural interface, no mechanism the Sharingan could identify. It was something older, something outside the system. Kakashi's greatest weapon, the eye that had copied 1,000 jutsu, was completely, totally, embarrassingly useless. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura whispered from behind him. She had grabbed his flak jacket sleeve. Her knuckles were white. "What is that thing?" "I don't know," Kakashi said honestly. He had never said those words on a mission before. The Suna missing nin, the wind user, saw what happened to his colleagues and made the smart decision. He ran. He turned and sprinted down the corridor toward the back exit, moving at full Jonin speed, wind chakra enhancing his steps. The rider didn't chase him. The hellfire chain shot down the corridor like a javelin. It crossed 60 feet in a blink, wrapped around the running ninja's ankle, and yanked him off his feet. He hit the ground face first, sliding backward across the stone floor, dragged toward the rider like a fish on a line. He screamed. He formed hand seals mid-drag, wind release, vacuum wave. A blade of compressed air shot from his mouth, aimed at the chain. The wind blade hit the chain and shattered. The chain was indestructible. It was forged from something beyond physical material. The wind jutsu dissipated against it like breath against a mountain. The rider dragged the Suna ninja back to his feet, held him up by the chain around his ankle, upside down, face to face with the burning skull. "The children you sold," the rider said. His voice was, you couldn't call it a voice. It was the sound of a verdict being read by a judge who had never once been overturned. "The families you destroyed, the innocent you trafficked for gold." The Suna ninja's bravery evaporated. "Please, I was just following orders. I needed the money." "Guilty." Penance Stare. The man's eyes went wide. His mouth opened. Every sin, every child he dragged from their parents, every woman he'd sold, every bribe he'd taken, every time he told himself it was just business, just survival, just the way the world worked. All of it, all at once, the full weight of every victim's suffering crashing into his skull like a tidal wave. He lasted 4 seconds. Then his eyes went dark, literally dark, the pupils expanding to consume the entire iris, and he went limp, dead. His face was locked in an expression of absolute horror that would never relax because the muscles had seized in place. The rider dropped him. The remaining mercenaries had stopped fighting. They had stopped running. They had stopped everything. They stood in the corridor, 17 of them still alive, and stared at the burning skeleton in the center of the hall, and every single one of them was doing the same math in their head. The math was simple. They were going to die. One of them dropped his sword, then another, like dominoes. Weapons clattered on the stone floor. "We surrender," one shouted. "We surrender, please. We'll turn ourselves in. The rider's skull turned toward the group. The empty eyes scanned them. The chains rattled, eager, straining toward the mercenaries like hunting dogs pulling at leashes. The rider stood still for a long moment. The flames on his skull dimmed slightly, flickered, and for just a second, barely visible, gone almost before it registered, blue eyes appeared inside the fire. Human eyes, young, tired, begging. The chains retracted, the flames dropped to a low burn, the remaining mercenaries were spared. The spirit of vengeance was absolute in its judgment, but the boy inside the rider, the boy who desperately, painfully, stubbornly refused to stop being human, still had a voice. And that voice said, they dropped their weapons, they surrendered. The innocent have been freed. It's enough. It has to be enough. The rider turned away from the mercenaries and walked deeper into the fortress. Down a flight of stairs, past the cells where hundreds of trafficking victims huddled in the dark, chained and afraid. The rider's chains touched the cell doors and the locks melted. The doors swung open. The prisoners flinched away from the flames, but the hellfire didn't touch them. It bent around their bodies like water around stones, warm but never burning. The innocent had nothing to fear from the spirit of vengeance. The fire knew the difference. The rider descended to the command center. Reigen was there. The former samurai warlord, a big man, broad-shouldered, scarred, sitting behind a desk covered in ledgers and contracts and money. He had a katana across his lap. He had been watching the destruction on a network of observation seals placed throughout the fortress. He'd seen everything. He stood when the rider entered. He drew the katana. It was a beautiful weapon, folded steel, razor edge, a sword that had killed dozens. "I am Reigen of the Iron Winds," he said. His voice was steady. Credit where credit is due. The man had spine. "I have cut down Jonin. I have toppled governments. I fear no man and no demon." The rider looked at him. "You are afraid now," the rider said. Reigen's hands trembled on the katana grip. His steady voice cracked. "What are you?" The rider stepped forward. The stone floor melted under each footstep, leaving glowing orange craters. The hellfire on his skull blazed higher, casting the entire room in flickering shadow and flame. Judgment. Reigen attacked. He was fast, samurai fast, trained since childhood, his blade a silver blur. He cut in a rising arc aimed at the rider's neck. The katana hit bone. The blade shattered. Fragments of folded steel sprayed across the room. Reigen stared at the broken hilt in his hands. The rider's hand closed around his throat, lifted him off the ground. Reigen's feet dangled. He was a big man. The rider held him one-handed like he weighed less than nothing. 412, the rider said. Reigen choked. "What?" 412 people. That is the number you sold into slavery. 73 of them were children. 31 of those children are dead. Their names are burned into your soul. I can see every single one. Reigen's face went white. Whiter. The color drained out of him like water from a cracked vessel. "Please." The dead do not care about your pleas. Penance Stare. Reigen met the rider's eyes and everything hit him. 412 lives, the fear, the chains, the cages, the children crying for parents who would never come, the women who stopped screaming because they learned that screaming made it worse, 31 children who died in captivity, alone, afraid, forgotten. Every single moment of suffering he had caused came rushing back into him, amplified, concentrated, compressed into a single psychic impact that obliterated his consciousness like a sledgehammer through a window. His body convulsed. His eyes, they caught fire. Actual fire, burning from the inside out. Orange hellfire consuming the pupils, the irises, the whites, until there was nothing left but empty. Smoking sockets. The rider held him for 3 more seconds, then dropped him. Reigen's body hit the floor, dead. His face was frozen in an expression that would haunt the nightmares of everyone who saw it for the rest of their lives. The rider stood in the command center for a moment. The flames on his skull dimmed. The chains coiled back around his body. He turned and walked back up the stairs, past the freed prisoners, past the surrendered mercenaries, past the destroyed corridors and the molten walls and the ash that used to be men. He emerged from the hole in the canyon wall. The hell cycle was waiting, idling in the air, its wheels spinning slowly on nothing, hellfire licking at the frame. Kakashi's team was outside. Kakashi had gotten Sasuke on his feet. The boy was bruised, a cracked rib bandaged hastily by Sakura, his Sharingan still active and locked on the rider with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Sakura was behind Kakashi, her hands still shaking, her eyes enormous. They had led the freed prisoners out through the fortress's rear exits while the rider was dealing with Raigen. The rider mounted the hell cycle. The engine roared. The canyon walls vibrated. He paused. The burning skull turned toward Team 7. The empty eyes, twin points of hellfire and dark sockets, looked at them, looked through them. And then, so fast that even Kakashi's Sharingan almost missed it, the flames flickered. The skull flickered. And behind the fire, for just a fraction of a second, Naruto's face was visible. 13 years old, blue eyes, tired, so tired. Looking at his teammates with something that was simultaneously desperate longing and absolute isolation, the flames reasserted. The skull was back. The rider was back. He rode away without a single word. Up the canyon wall. Over the ridge. A trail of molten glass marking his path until it disappeared into the distance. Kakashi stood in the wreckage and stared at the trail of fire and said nothing for a very long time. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura said. Her voice was small. Was that Naruto?" "No," Kakashi said, then quieter. "Yes." Then quieter still. "I don't know." Sasuke said nothing. He was staring at the molten trail on the canyon wall. His Sharingan was recording everything, and behind his eyes a war had begun. A war between the path of vengeance he had chosen and the fact that he had just watched a version of vengeance so complete and so absolute that his own ambitions looked like a child playing with matches next to a forest fire. The mission report was classified immediately. The freed prisoners were repatriated through diplomatic channels. The surrendered mercenaries were turned over to the Land of Iron's authorities. The bodies, the ones that existed anyway, the ones that hadn't been reduced to ash, were cataloged and filed. Kakashi's report to the Hokage was 3 pages long. The first 2 described the mission parameters and the ambush. The third page was a single paragraph. The Ghost Rider entity appeared and neutralized all hostile combatants with 0 friendly casualties and 0 collateral damage to the prisoners. Its power level exceeds any threat classification in our current system. The entity is connected to Naruto Uzumaki. I am not equipped to handle this. I do not believe anyone is. The Hokage read the report. He smoked his pipe. He looked out the window at the village he had sworn to protect and wondered for the first time if the greatest threat and the greatest protector might be the same person. The word spread. Among the criminal underworld, the Ghost Rider became the bogeyman. Trafficking rings shut down overnight. Slaving operations relocated again, then simply dissolved because there was nowhere far enough. Bandit camps posted sentries who watched the horizon for fire, and if they saw a glow on the road at night, they scattered and ran, because better to lose the loot than lose your soul. Among the hidden villages, the response was more measured, but no less alarmed. Intelligence reports crossed the desks of every Kaj. The Raikage sent a message to his intelligence division, find out what this is and determine if it can be controlled. The Kazakai received a briefing and said nothing. The Mizukage, the real one, not the puppet, heard the reports and felt something she hadn't felt in years, genuine curiosity. The Tsuchikage, old and pragmatic, read the report and filed it under things I will let someone else deal with. And the Akatsuki took notice. It was Pain who brought it up at the meeting. The holographic projections of 9 members stood in their usual circle, and Pain, the Rinnegan glowing faintly in the projection, described the intelligence reports in his flat, emotionless tone. A new entity has appeared. It operates primarily in the Land of Fire, but has been sighted in multiple nations. Threat assessment is complicated. It appears to be connected to Ninetales Jinchuriki, but operates independently of the Bijuu's power. How strong? Kasame asked, grinning. I've been bored. The entity destroyed a fortified compound in the Land of Iron single-handedly. It eliminated 3 rogue ninja and approximately 40 mercenaries in under 4 minutes. Its abilities include an unidentified fire-type attack that does not register as chakra, physical invulnerability, and some form of ocular technique that causes instant death on eye contact. Silence. Define physical invulnerability, Sasori said. Weapons break on contact. Jutsu are absorbed or negated. Fire, water, wind, lightning, all tested, all failed. The entity has been struck by attacks that would kill an average shinobi dozens of times over. It has never shown any sign of damage. More silence. I want to fight it, Hidan said immediately, because Hidan said that about everything. Lord Jashin would love this thing's soul. Kakuzu was quiet. Kakuzu was always quiet when he was calculating. The Jinchuriki is still the priority. If this entity is connected to the Ninetales host, we'll encounter it eventually when we move to capture him. Correct, Pain said. Hidan, Kakuzu, you will handle the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Adjust your approach to account for this entity. Adjust how? Kakuzu asked. Pain paused. I will provide additional intelligence when available. Itachi Uchiha's projection stood perfectly still throughout the meeting. He said nothing. His shackled as faint red points in the hologram, watched and recorded. After the meeting dispersed, Itachi stood alone in the dark and thought about the 13-year-old boy he had once watched eat ramen alone at a stand in Konoha, small and loud, and desperately alone, and he wondered what the village's cruelty had finally created. Back in Konoha, Naruto woke up in his apartment. He didn't remember the ride home. He never remembered the ride home. He was on his bed, boots still on, jacket reeking of sulfur, chains hot against his skin. The ash was under his fingernails, the copper was in his mouth, and the voices. More of them now. The mercenaries, the missing Nin, Reagan, all of them screaming in the back of his skull, joining the choir that had been growing since he was 8 years old. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and counted the cracks in the plaster and tried to remember what Kimiko's dumplings tasted like and couldn't. He was losing things. Human things. The warmth was leaking out of him, replaced by the cold certainty of the rider's judgment. Every time the rider emerged, Naruto came back with a little less of himself, a little less warmth, a little less laughter, a little less of the boy, and a little more of the burning skull. He knew what would happen if it continued. The Shinigami had been honest about the cost. Everything. Not some things. Not most things. Everything. The boy would disappear entirely, and the rider would walk the world forever, judging the guilty, burning the sinful, an immortal weapon of absolute justice, with no one inside it to care about the collateral damage. Naruto Uzumaki was disappearing, slowly, constantly, irreversibly, and the only things holding him together were ramen and a sensei who read dirty books, and a girl who yelled at him, and a boy who scowled at him, and the stubborn, desperate, irrational refusal to let the fire win. He got up. He showered. He put on a clean shirt under the jacket. The jacket never came off, couldn't come off. It was as much a part of him now as the chains. He walked to Ichiraku's. Tochi had his usual order ready before he sat down. Ayame smiled at him and asked him about his day, and he told her about a prank he'd pulled on Konohamaru, and she laughed, and for 15 minutes, the screaming in his head was quiet enough to bear. 15 minutes. That was the going rate. 15 minutes of peace for a bowl of ramen and a conversation with a kind person. It wasn't much. It was everything. Time passed. Missions continued. Team 7's reputation grew, mostly because of Kakashi and Sasuke officially. Unofficially, the intelligence community was beginning to connect the dots. The Ghost Rider appeared. Team 7 was in the area. The Ghost Rider disappeared. Naruto Uzumaki was absent from the team roster during the exact window of the Rider's appearance. It didn't take a genius, but nobody said it out loud. Because saying it out loud meant acknowledging that a 13-year-old genin was the most dangerous entity in the Land of Fire. And that was a sentence that nobody in any position of power wanted to deal with. The months between the Land of Iron mission and the next major incident were, well, they were the closest thing to normal that Naruto's life would ever produce. He trained with his team. He improved his taijutsu. His base strength was already superhuman thanks to the writer's influence, but his technique was sloppy, and Kakashi drilled him relentlessly. He expanded his jutsu repertoire, shadow clone technique, Rasengan, which Kakashi taught him in secret, and Naruto learned in 3 weeks, which was faster than the 4th Hokage, and Kakashi had to sit down and process that for a while. And a handful of basic elemental techniques that he rarely used, because why bother with a C-rank wind release when your other option is Hellfire that burns the soul? He also developed something unexpected: friends. Shikamaru Nara found Naruto tolerable, mostly because Naruto was willing to sit in silence and watch clouds without requiring conversation. They spent afternoons on the hillside behind the academy, saying nothing, existing in companionable quiet. Shikamaru was a genius. He had figured out the Ghostwriter connection 6 months ago. He had told no one because, in his words, troublesome doesn't begin to cover it, and I'm not getting involved. Hinata Hyuga watched Naruto from a distance, as she always had, but in this version of the story, she also occasionally brought him food. Bento boxes, carefully prepared, left on his doorstep with no note, because Hinata's shyness was paralyzing. Naruto knew who left them. He always knew. He would find her the next day and thank her, and she would turn red and stammer and nearly faint. And he would catch her arm before she hit the ground and steady her and say, "Easy, Hinata, breathe." And she would breathe, and he would smile. And the smile was real, and that was rare enough to be precious. Choji Akimichi shared snacks with Naruto, which in Choji's world was the highest form of friendship. Kiba Inuzuka challenged Naruto to races that Kiba always lost and always demanded rematches for. Shino Aburame once, in a moment of uncharacteristic openness, told Naruto that his insects refused to go near him and that he found this fascinating rather than offensive, which was Shino speak for, "You terrify my bugs and I respect it." These friendships were imperfect, fragile, built on the surface of a truth that none of them fully understood. But they were real, and they mattered, and every laugh and every shared meal and every dumb argument about whose sensei was stronger was another anchor holding Naruto Uzumaki to his humanity. And then the Akatsuki came. Hidan and Kakuzu arrived in the Land of Fire on a Tuesday. They had been tracking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for weeks, following the trail of scorch marks and rumors, and their intelligence suggested that the Ghostwriter entity appeared when the Jinchuriki was threatened. Their plan was simple: find the Jinchuriki, provoke the entity, capture both. Hidan was excited. Hidan was always excited. He was a zealot of the highest order, dedicated to Jashin, god of slaughter, with an immortality granted by his faith that made him impossible to kill through conventional means. He had been stabbed, dismembered, decapitated, buried alive, and each time he had survived and laughed about it. Pain was his sacrament. Death was his pleasure. And the idea of fighting something that could burn souls, an actual, literal, soul-burning entity, was the most exciting thing that had happened to him in years. Think about it, Kakuzu. Hidan was practically skipping as they walked through the wasteland outside the Land of Fire's eastern border. Something that eats fire for breakfast. Something actually worth killing. Lord Jashin is going to love this. Lord Jashin is going to get you killed, Kakuzu said flatly. Kakuzu was the pragmatist of the pair, an immortal of a different kind, sustained by 5 stolen hearts that each gave him access to a different elemental affinity. He was old. Centuries old, depending on which rumor you believed. He had fought the first Hokage and survived. He measured everything in terms of cost and benefit, and the Ghostwriter's cost-benefit analysis was concerning. "Can't die," Hidan said cheerfully. "That's literally my thing. Your thing has never been tested against something like this." "Exactly. That's what makes it fun." Kakuzu said nothing. He did not share Hidan's enthusiasm. But orders were orders, and Pain's directives were absolute. They found Naruto in the wasteland, or rather, Naruto found them. He was already waiting. He was sitting on a rock in the middle of a flat, featureless expanse of cracked earth, the kind of terrain that exists between nations, too barren for farming, too flat for defense, useful only as a battlefield. He was eating an apple. The leather jacket was buttoned up. The chains were visible at his wrists. His eyes were blue. Normal. Human. He looked at the two Akatsuki members walking toward him and took another bite of the apple. "Hey," Naruto said. "Weird question. You guys are here to kidnap me, right?" Hidan grinned. The triple-bladed scythe came off his back. "Smart kid. This is going to be. Because if you are," Naruto continued, still sitting, still eating the apple, "I should tell you that I'm asking really, really nicely for you to turn around and walk away. Like, genuinely nicely. I'm being polite. This is me being polite." Kakuzu studied the boy. His earth grudge fear technique, the threads that held his body together and connected his stolen hearts, reacted to proximity to the Jinchuriki. They tightened, contracted, the hearts beat faster. His body, ancient and modified and barely human, was sending him a signal he hadn't felt in centuries. Run. "The Jinchuriki offers us mercy," Kakuzu said, his voice dry. "I know, right?" Hidan laughed. "Kid's adorable. I'm going to enjoy this." Naruto finished the apple. He tossed the core aside. He stood up slowly, and the air around him started doing that thing. The shimmer, the heat distortion, the sense of something building. "I'm not offering mercy," Naruto said. His voice was changing, deepening. The blue eyes were flickering. "I'm offering warning. There's a difference." "Lord Jashin doesn't accept warnings," Hidan said. He sprinted forward, scythe raised, the ritual circle already forming in his mind. First blood was all he needed. One cut, one drop of Naruto's blood on his lips, and the Jashin ritual would bind them together, and every wound Hidan inflicted on himself would appear on Naruto's body. It was the ultimate trump card against any opponent. Hidan was fast, genuinely fast. S-rank speed. The scythe came down in a sweeping arc aimed at Naruto's chest. The transformation happened in the space between the scythe leaving Hidan's shoulder and reaching Naruto's body. Naruto's eyes went orange, his skin cracked. The fire erupted. Skull, bones, chains, jacket, all of it in less than a heartbeat. 1 second Naruto stood there. The next second the Ghost Rider stood there. The scythe hit the rider's chest. The triple blades, specially forged, chakra conductive, sharp enough to cut through reinforced steel, punched through the leather jacket and lodged between two ribs. Hidan's grin was enormous. "Got you! First blood! All I need is..." The rider looked down at the scythe blade sticking out of his ribcage. No blood. There was no blood. The bones were dry. The hellfire cauterized everything it touched. There was nothing for Hidan to consume, nothing to bind the ritual to, nothing for Jashin's curse to latch onto. Hidan's grin faltered. Just a fraction. The rider looked back up at Hidan. Those empty, burning eye sockets stared into Hidan's purple eyes, and something in the space between them shifted. The temperature rose 20 degrees, 30. The air itself began to shimmer and distort. "You serve a false god." Hidan's grin died completely. His face twisted into rage, pure, volcanic, zealot rage. Nobody insulted Jashin. Nobody. "What did you say?" The rider grabbed the scythe blade lodged in his ribcage. His skeletal hand closed around the metal. The metal began to glow. Orange, then white, then liquid. The triple blades melted. They dripped through his ribs and sizzled on the ground. The weapon Hidan had killed dozens of people with turned into a puddle of slag in 3 seconds. "My scythe!" Hidan screamed. "My scythe! Do you know how long it took to get that blessed by Lord Jashin?" The rider pulled the melted remnants of the blade out of his ribcage and dropped them. The hole in his jacket sealed itself. Hellfire stitched the leather back together like it was alive. "This whole thing just became personal," Hidan snarled. He drew a retractable pike from his cloak, a backup weapon, shorter range, still blessed by Jashin. He lunged. The rider caught the pike, crushed it. The metal crumbled in his grip like dry clay. Hidan threw a punch. The rider caught his fist. Hellfire traveled up Hidan's arm from the point of contact, and for the first time, the very first time, Hidan felt pain that his immortality couldn't shrug off. This fire didn't burn flesh. It burned something deeper. It burned the soul, the part of him that Jashin's blessing occupied, the part that made him immortal. Hidan screamed. Actually screamed. A sound he hadn't made in years because nothing had been able to hurt him in years. The rider's chains extended. Hellfire chain bind. 4 chains shot out simultaneously, wrapping around Hidan's arms, legs, torso, and neck. They tightened. The hellfire blazed along every link, and where the chains touched Hidan's skin, black smoke rose. Thick, oily smoke that smelled like something ancient and cursed being burned away. The Jashin mark on Hidan's chest, the inverted triangle within a circle, the source of his immortality, began to glow. Then it began to crack. The hellfire was burning it, dismantling it, peeling the blessing away layer by layer, stripping the immortality from Hidan's body like paint from a wall. Hidan felt it happening. The connection to Jashin, the constant warm presence of his god's power flowing through him, was being severed, cut, burned away. He felt mortal for the first time in decades, and the terror was absolute. "What are you doing?" he screamed. "Stop! Jashin-sama! Jashin-sama, save me!" No answer came, no divine intervention, because the spirit of vengeance operated on an authority that superseded all mortal gods. Jashin, whatever Jashin actually was, had no jurisdiction here. The chains tightened further. The Jashin mark shattered, literally shattered. The skin over the mark split and cracked like breaking glass, and beneath it, instead of blood, there was light, sickly purple light that poured out of Hidan's chest and was immediately consumed by the hellfire. His immortality, his blessing, his entire theological foundation, all of it was being eaten alive. Hidan's hair began to turn white, then gray. The youth that Jashin's immortality had preserved started to fade. He aged 10 years in 5 seconds, 20 years. Wrinkles appeared, his skin sagged, his muscles thinned. The Ghost Rider was burning the false godhood out of him, and what was left underneath was just a man. A middle-aged, mortal, vulnerable man who had spent his entire life killing in the name of something that couldn't protect him when it mattered. Kakuzu watched this from 50 feet away and made a decision. He activated all 5 hearts simultaneously. Earth, wind, fire, water, lightning. All 5 elemental masks deployed from his body, each one housing a stolen heart and its corresponding elemental affinity. This was Kakuzu's full combat mode. He had killed Akage with this. He had fought the strongest shinobi of 3 eras and survived. Wind release and fire release, combined. Pressure damage, the technique was devastating. Kakuzu's wind mask launched a massive sphere of compressed air while his fire mask ignited it. The resulting explosion was apocalyptic, a detonation that combined the cutting force of compressed wind with the incinerating heat of fire released at scale. The blast wave leveled the ground for 100 meters in every direction. Rocks the size of houses were thrown into the air. The earth cracked and buckled. A mushroom cloud of fire and debris rose into the sky. The wasteland became a crater. Kakuzu stood at the edge, threads retracted, hearts beating in their masks, watching the dust cloud settle. He had aimed the attack at both the rider and Hidan. Sacrificing his partner was an acceptable cost. Hidan had been compromised. The mission required adaptation. The dust settled. The rider was still standing, in the exact same position. Chains still wrapped around Hidan's body. Flames still burning. Skull tilted slightly, like a dog that had heard an interesting sound. The combined wind and fire release, a technique that had leveled half the wasteland, a technique that would have killed most Kage, had done absolutely nothing. The hellfire had absorbed the fire component. The wind component had washed over the rider like a light breeze. The explosion had been impressive. The damage had been zero. Kakuzu's stolen hearts all beat faster simultaneously. The 5 masks retreated slightly, pulling closer to his body. Self-preservation. Even the harvested organs of dead shinobi understood what they were looking at. The rider finished with Hidan, the chains unclenched. Hidan's body hit the ground, mortal, aged, broken, his immortality stripped away completely. He was alive, barely, gasping, staring at his own wrinkled hands with an expression of absolute disbelief. The rider turned toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu attacked immediately. He was pragmatic. When retreat was impossible, total offense was the only option. Lightning release, false darkness, a spear of concentrated electricity launched from Kakuzu's lightning mask faster than sound, powerful enough to pierce steel walls. It hit the rider in the face. Nothing. The lightning arced across the skull and dissipated. The flames didn't even flicker. Water release. Water encampment wall. A massive barrier of pressurized water rose around the rider, attempting to contain and crush. The water boiled instantly. Steam explosion. The shockwave hit Kakuzu and pushed him back 5 feet. Earth release. Earth spear. Kakuzu's skin hardened to diamond density. His fists became weapons capable of punching through mountains. He charged. He threw a punch that would have pulverized a boulder. The rider caught it in one skeletal hand. Kakuzu's diamond-hard skin began to crack. Orange light appeared in the fissures. Hellfire, creeping into the earth spear technique, destabilizing it from the inside. The hardened skin softened, melted. Kakuzu's forearm turned back to flesh and the rider's grip tightened and the bones underneath cracked. Kakuzu's threads launched, hundreds of them, black tendrils that shot from every opening in his body, wrapping around the rider, attempting to restrain through sheer volume. The threads were tough. They had bound-tailed beasts. The threads caught fire, all of them, simultaneously. Hellfire traveled along the threads like a fuse, burning from the rider's body back toward Kakuzu's. The fire reached the thread clusters near his hearts. Kakuzu felt it. All 5 hearts screamed at once. The hellfire was inside him now, traveling through his thread network, and it was heading for the source. His hearts, his immortality, hellfire chain. 4 chains shot from the rider's back, arcing through the air, each one targeting a different elemental mask. They struck with absolute accuracy: wind, fire, water, lightning, bow piercing through the mask casings and into the hearts inside. Hellfire burned through each stolen organ simultaneously. 4 hearts died in the same second, their elemental chakra flaring once and then extinguishing like candles in a hurricane. Kakuzu staggered. 4 hearts gone. 1 left, his original, the one that had kept him alive for centuries. He looked at the rider. The chains retracted, dripping with molten residue from the destroyed masks. The skull tilted toward him. The flames burned low and steady. 5 hearts, the rider said. 5 stolen lives, men you killed to extend your own existence. Kakuzu's remaining heart was hammering. His body was failing. The threads that held him together were burning away. He was coming apart, literally, physically, his centuries-old body finally reaching its expiration date. You lived too long, the rider said, and every year was stolen from someone who deserved it more. 1 final chain. Slow this time, almost gentle. It extended from the rider's palm and touched Kakuzu's chest, right over his last heart. The hellfire didn't blast through him. It seeped, like water through cloth. It reached the heart and wrapped around it in the old organ, the one that had beaten for centuries through sheer stubborn refusal to stop, finally gave out. Kakuzu fell. He hit the ground and didn't move. His body began to unravel, the threads losing their cohesion, coming apart at the seams. In death, he looked his age, ancient, withered, a body that should have returned to the earth centuries ago, finally getting the rest it was owed. The rider turned back to Hidan. Hidan was on his knees, mortal, aging. The Jashin mark was gone from his chest, replaced by smooth, scarred skin. He looked up at the burning skull with eyes that had lost every trace of zealotry and been replaced by something raw and human and utterly terrified. Please, Hidan whispered. The word sounded wrong in his mouth. He had never said it before. Please don't kill me. The rider looked at him for a long time. The flames reflected in Hidan's eyes. You killed 43 people in the name of your god. 27 of them were innocent. Merchants, farmers, children who happened to be in the wrong place. I know, Hidan said, his voice cracked. I know. Guilty. 1 word, 1 chain, 1 blast of hellfire, and Hidan, who had been immortal since the day he'd first drawn Jashin's mark in his own blood, who had laughed at death and danced with agony and treated every kill as a prayer, became ash. The ash scattered in the wind. The wind carried it across the wasteland and dropped it in the cracks in the earth. And within minutes, there was no trace of Hidan of Yugakure left in the world. The rider stood alone in the crater, 2 Akatsuki members dead. The wasteland reshaped by the battle, new craters, new ridges of melted glass, the earth itself scarred and smoking. The sky above was dark with smoke and steam. The flames dimmed. Slowly, the skull receded. Flesh grew back over bone, skin, muscle, those whisker marks, the blonde hair, the blue eyes. Naruto Uzumaki stood where the rider had been, 13 years old, small, exhausted, shaking. The screaming in his head was louder now. Hidan and Kakuzu's voices had joined the chorus. More suffering, more souls dragged to judgment, more weight on a pair of shoulders that were still growing. Naruto sat down in the dirt. He put his head in his hands. He breathed in. The air tasted like sulfur and ash. He sat there for a long time. The Akatsuki learned that day. The message traveled fast through Pain's intelligence network, through the spy rings, through the whispered conversations in dark rooms. 2 of their members were dead. Hidan the Immortal and Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts, both eliminated in a single engagement by the Ghost Rider entity. No prolonged battle, no strategic contest. The rider had dismantled them with the mechanical inevitability of gravity. Pain processed the information in his tower in Amigakure, the rain running down his face, the Rinnegan glowing in the perpetual gloom. Interesting, he said, that was all. But the way he said it carried the weight of a man recalculating his plans for world domination around a variable he hadn't anticipated. Conan, beside him, watched his face. Do we change the approach? The Nine Tails must still be captured, but the Ghost Rider entity represents a complication that requires patience. Patience, Conan repeated. We will observe for now. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha received the news through his own channels. He sat in a cheap inn in a small town, cloak folded beside him, a cup of tea going cold on the table. Hidan and Kakuzu were dead. The entity was confirmed connected to the Jinchuriki, and the entity's power had exceeded even Pain's projections. Itachi thought about his brother, Sasuke, the boy he had sacrificed everything for, the boy who was growing up on the same team as the vessel of the spirit of vengeance. He thought about what the village had done to Naruto Uzumaki, the isolation, the cruelty, the systematic dehumanization of a child whose only crime was being born. He thought about the Uchiha massacre, ordered by the same village, carried out by his own hands, motivated by the same institutional rot. Konoha's sins were piling up, and there was now something in the world that punished sin with absolute finality. Itachi finished his tea. It was cold. He drank it anyway. Weeks passed. Naruto returned to Konoha. He told no one where he'd been. Kakashi didn't ask. He had learned that asking Naruto about his absences produced lies, half-truths, and a look in the boy's eyes that made Kakashi's chest hurt in a way he associated with his father's death and Obito's sacrifice and all the other wounds that never healed. Team 7 continued. Missions. Training. The daily rhythm of a Genin team in a village that was slowly, unknowingly, sitting at the center of a gathering storm. Sasuke was changing. The curse mark on his neck, placed by Orochimaru during an encounter that happened differently in this story, during a border patrol mission instead of the Chunin exams, had been growing in influence. Orochimaru's whisper was constant, seductive, corrosive. Come to me, I will give you power. I will give you what you need to kill your brother. Sasuke was strong, he was talented and disciplined, and his will was formidable. But the curse mark was designed to exploit weakness, and Sasuke's weakness was singular and all-consuming. Itachi. The need for vengeance, the need to be strong enough, the need to make his brother pay for the massacre. And underneath all of that, eating at him like acid, was the Ghost Rider problem. Naruto was stronger than him, incomprehensibly stronger. And the gap wasn't closing, it was widening. Every time Sasuke trained, every time he pushed himself to new heights, every time he unlocked another level of the Sharingan, the distance between him and Naruto grew instead of shrinking. Because Naruto's power wasn't earned through training, it was ancient, absolute, given by something beyond the physical world. How do you compete with that? How do you surpass something that exists outside the scale you're measuring on? You can't. And for Sasuke Uchiha, whose entire identity was built on the concept of becoming strong enough, the realization that he could never become strong enough, that there existed a power so far beyond him that his entire journey was meaningless by comparison, was devastating. Orochimaru's whisper found the crack and wedged itself in. The Ghost Rider is a power given by an entity. I can give you power too. Different power. Your own power. Power that makes you equal. It was a lie. But lies are convincing when they tell you what you need to hear. The break happened on a Thursday. Naruto had been feeling the shift in Sasuke for weeks. The darkness growing. The curse mark pulsing more frequently. The conversations becoming shorter, colder, more distant. He tried to reach Sasuke in the ways he knew how. Training together, eating together. The simple companionship of two boys who understood loneliness in ways that others couldn't. It wasn't enough. Sasuke moved at night. He killed 3 Konoha gate guards to escape the village. Clean kills, efficient. The Sharingan made it easy. 2 died before they could raise an alarm. The 3rd managed to activate a barrier seal before Sasuke's kunai found his throat. The alarm reached the Hokage in minutes. The response was immediate. Anbu teams deployed. Kakashi was notified. Sakura, who had seen Sasuke's expression that afternoon, had seen the goodbye in his eyes even if she hadn't understood it, ran through the streets toward the Uchiha compound, screaming his name. And Naruto felt it happen. The moment innocent blood hit the ground, the 3 gate guards, men with families, men who had simply been doing their jobs, the pull slammed into him like a fist. The chain reaction, the compulsion, the spirit of vengeance activating in response to the guilty spilling innocent blood. But this time was different, because this time the guilty person was Sasuke. Naruto was on the floor of his apartment, on his hands and knees, shaking, the chains vibrating against his skin so hard they hummed. His eyes were strobing, blue, orange, and smoke was pouring from his mouth and his tear ducts in his ears. "No," he said through gritted teeth. "No, not him. Anyone else. Kill anyone else. Not him." The rider didn't negotiate. The rider didn't compromise. The rider's judgment was absolute and impartial, and it did not make exceptions for friendship or love or the desperate pleas of a 13-year-old boy. Naruto fought it. He fought it harder than he'd ever fought anything. He slammed his fist into the wall. He bit through his own lip. He dug his fingernails into the floorboards until they cracked. He fought the transformation with everything he had: his willpower, his stubbornness, his love for Sasuke, his desperate, irrational belief that his friend could still be saved. The rider pushed. Naruto pushed back. The apartment caught fire. The hellfire leaked through his skin, and the walls began to glow, and the ceiling started to smoke. His neighbors fled. The building was evacuated. Naruto stayed in the burning apartment, on his knees, fighting for Sasuke's life against something inside his own chest. He won. Partially. The transformation didn't take him completely. The rider didn't fully emerge, but the compromise was fragile. Naruto could move, could think, could act as himself, but the rider was right there, right behind his eyes, watching through his gaze, ready to take over the instant Naruto's will faltered. He had bought time. Minutes, maybe hours. Enough to find Sasuke, enough to try. Naruto moved through the village like a ghost. The streets were chaos. Alarms, ambush, civilians in various states of panic. Nobody noticed him. He was fast now. Faster than he had any right to be without the full rider transformation. Because the line between Naruto and the rider was blurring, and some of that impossible speed bled through. He reached the Uchiha compound in minutes. The ruins of the old district, empty since the massacre, abandoned, haunted by absence and memory. The rain had started, heavy, cold. The kind of rain that felt personal, like the sky was crying for what was about to happen. Sasuke was there, standing in the center of the old courtyard, surrounded by the ghosts of his clan. He had the stolen scrolls, forbidden techniques, clan secrets, weapons in a pack on his back. The curse mark was active. Stage 1. The black flame-like pattern spreading across his skin, covering half his face, turning his left eye yellow and slitted. He saw Naruto enter the compound. He saw the smoke rising from Naruto's skin, the faint orange glow behind his blue eyes, the way the rain sizzled when it hit his shoulders. Naruto. Sasuke's voice was flat, dead. The curse mark stripped emotion out of him, replaced warmth with cold tactical assessment. "Get out of my way." Naruto stopped 20 feet away. The rain was hitting him and evaporating, creating a constant halo of steam around his body. His chains were visible, glowing faintly, vibrating with restrained energy. "I can't do that, Sasuke." "Then I'll go through you." "You killed 3 people tonight. 3 innocent men, guards with families." Sasuke's jaw tightened. The curse mark pulsed. They were in my way. They were doing their jobs. Their jobs were to keep me trapped in this village that let my entire family die. This village that ordered my brother to slaughter everyone I've ever loved. Don't talk to me about innocent, Naruto. There is nobody innocent in Konoha. Naruto's eyes flickered orange. The rider surged behind them, pressing against his control, whispering one word over and over: "Guilty, guilty, guilty." "You're wrong," Naruto said. His voice was strained, fighting 2 battles, the one in front of him and the one inside him. There are innocent people here. Sakura is innocent. Iruka-sensei is innocent. The old man at the ramen stand who gives me extra noodles when I look hungry. There are good people, Sasuke. I know you can't see them right now, but they're there. Good people didn't save my clan, and killing more people won't bring them back. Sasuke's Sharingan activated. 3 Tomoe in each eye, spinning fast. The curse mark surged to stage 2. The skin went gray. Wings erupted from his back, black, leathery, twisted. His hair lengthened. His chakra spiked wildly, dense and dark and polluted. "You can't stop me, Naruto," Sasuke said. His voice was deeper now, distorted, the curse mark speaking through him. "You're the dead last. You were always the dead last." Naruto's chains rattled. The orange in his eyes burned brighter. Steam erupted from his skin in thick columns. "Sasuke, please, I'm begging you. Sit down. Drop the scrolls. We'll figure this out. We'll find another way to get to Itachi. You don't have to go to Orochimaru. You don't have to become that. You don't understand. You've never understood. You don't have a family to avenge. You don't know what it's like to." "I don't have a family because this village took them from me too." Naruto screamed. The chains exploded outward, a burst of hellfire energy that cracked the cobblestones in a 10-foot radius. The rain within that radius evaporated instantly. "You think you're the only one who lost people? You think you're the only one who wants to burn this place down? I hear their screams every single night, Sasuke. I hear every guilty soul I've ever judged screaming in my sleep. I have a monster inside me that wants to burn the world, and I hold it back every single day, because if I don't, I lose everything. Everything." The tears were running down his face now, mixing with the rain, and the tears were hot. Body temperature, heated by the hellfire running through his veins, and they left trails of steam on his cheeks. "I'm holding it back right now," Naruto said, quieter now. "Desperate. For you. Because the thing inside me wants to punish you for what you did tonight, and I will not let it. I will break my own skull open before I let it hurt you. But you have to stop, Sasuke. You have to stop right now, because I'm running out of time and I can't hold it much longer." Sasuke stared at him. The curse mark's influence raged through his system, telling him to fight, to run, to destroy the obstacle and move forward. But beneath the curse, deep beneath the gray skin and the wings and the yellow eyes, there was still Sasuke, the boy who had trained with Naruto after hours and traded bruises and competitive insults. The boy who had, in unguarded moments, almost smiled at something Naruto said. The boy who recognized, even through the haze of hatred and curse and grief, that the person standing in front of him was the closest thing to a brother he had. But the curse mark was strong and the grief was stronger. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Sasuke said, and he meant it. He meant it with every piece of himself that was still human. "I have to do this." He attacked. Curse mark stage 2. Full power. The wings beat once, launching him forward at a speed that blurred even the Sharingan. His left hand ignited, black Chidori. The lightning was corrupted by the curse mark, turned from blue-white to deep purple-black, crackling with malevolent energy. The sound was, the name said it, 1,000 chirping birds, but twisted, made discordant, turned into something that sounded less like birds and more like screaming. The black Chidori hit Naruto square in the chest. The lightning died on contact, just stopped. The chakra, the electrical current, the entire technique, all of it hit Naruto's body and was snuffed out like a candle in a wind tunnel. The black Chidori dissipated. The purple-black lightning crackled once, twice, and went dark. Sasuke's hand was pressed against Naruto's chest, against the leather jacket, against the chains underneath, and he could feel the heat. Immense, incredible heat, like pressing your palm against the surface of the sun. He pulled his hand back. His fingertips were blistered. The curse-marked chakra in his arm had been burned away from the point of contact up to the elbow, leaving his forearm momentarily normal, gray skin fading back to pale human skin for a brief second before the curse reasserted. Naruto stood there, unharmed, unmoving. The spot where the black Chidori had hit was smoking, the leather jacket glowing faintly orange. "Sasuke," Naruto whispered. The blue eyes were almost entirely gone. Orange dominated. The skull was visible beneath the skin, faintly like a shadow, the bone structure of the rider pressing against the flesh. "Run!" Sasuke attacked again. Another black Chidori. Left hand, this time aimed at the head. Naruto caught his wrist. The rider took over. The transformation was immediate. The skin burned away. The skull emerged. The flames erupted. The chains came alive, whipping outward, tearing up the cobblestones, wrapping around pillars and walls. The rain that hit the rider turned to steam on contact, and the steam was tinged orange, creating a glowing fog that filled the ruined courtyard. Sasuke stared into the face of the Ghost Rider, into the empty eye sockets, into the Hellfire, and the Penance Stare activated. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, desperately, trying to break the gaze, trying to disrupt it the way it would disrupt a genjutsu. It was useless. The Penance Stare wasn't genjutsu. It wasn't chakra-based. It was cosmic judgment. It operated on the soul, and the Sharingan, powerful as it was, had no authority over the soul. Sasuke saw everything, the three gate guards, their faces, their families, the one who had a daughter the same age as Sakura, the one who was saving money for his mother's medical treatment, the one who had just become a father 3 months ago. Sasuke saw their deaths from their perspective, the fear, the pain, the confusion, the split-second realization that they were going to die and there was nothing they could do about it. He felt it. All of it. The Penance Stare didn't show you your sins. It made you experience them. Every ounce of suffering you had caused was reflected back into you, amplified, concentrated, made unavoidable. But it didn't stop there, because the rider's judgment was comprehensive. It reached deeper, past the gate guards, past the immediate sins, into the core of Sasuke's soul where the older wounds lived. The massacre, Itachi's betrayal, the years of loneliness and hatred and obsessive, self-destructive pursuit of vengeance. The curse mark, the rider's fire found it and seized it and began to burn. Sasuke screamed. It was not a battle cry. It was not a sound of defiance. It was the sound of a boy being forced to experience, simultaneously, every moment of pain he had ever caused, and every moment of pain he had ever felt, layered on top of each other, while the thing that had been slowly consuming his body and mind was ripped away from him by fire. The curse mark began to peel off his skin. Literally. The black markings that had spread across his body, the infection Orochimaru had planted, the corruption that had been eating away at Sasuke's will and judgment for months, began to separate from his flesh. The marks rose like blisters, glowing purple, and the hellfire beneath them burned them away. Layer by layer, mark by mark. The corruption was being incinerated from the inside out. Sasuke's wings dissolved, the gray skin faded, his hair shortened, his eyes, the yellow, slitted eyes of the curse mark, flickered back to black, then to Sharingan red, then to black again as his body convulsed and his mind shattered under the weight of the Penance Stare. The rider held him through all of it. Both skeletal hands on Sasuke's shoulders, the hellfire burning around them both, the chains forming a cage, hellfire cage, that enclosed the two of them in a sphere of fire and judgment that nothing could enter and nothing could escape. Inside the cage, the last piece of the curse mark, the original seal, the source, the mark on Sasuke's neck that Orochimaru had placed with his own teeth, caught fire. Sasuke arched his back. His scream tore his throat. Blood sprayed from his lips. The mark burned, blackened, cracked, and then disintegrated. The ash carried away by the hellfire, consumed and destroyed utterly. The curse mark was gone. Orochimaru's influence, his corruption, his hold on Sasuke Uchiha, all of it was burned away in that moment. Completely, permanently. The Sanin's greatest weapon against the last Uchiha had been erased by a power that Orochimaru could never understand, because Orochimaru was a scientist, and this was beyond science, beyond jutsu, beyond anything that could be measured or replicated or stolen. Sasuke collapsed. The hellfire cage dissolved. The chains retracted. The rider stood over Sasuke's unconscious body, and the flames on his skull were dying down, dimming, the orange glow fading. Naruto came back. The transition was visible, flesh growing over bone, blue eyes emerging from the hellfire, the boy replacing the spirit. Naruto stood in the rain, in the ruins of the Uchiha compound, surrounded by cracked cobblestones and steam and the smell of brimstone, and he looked down at Sasuke's body and his face crumpled. Sasuke was alive, breathing. The curse mark was gone, but the boy's face was streaked with tears and blood. His throat was raw, his body was battered, and his expression, even unconscious, even comatose, was one of such profound pain that looking at it hurt. Naruto dropped to his knees. The rain hit him and he let it. He didn't evaporate it. He didn't generate heat. He was just a boy in the rain, in a jacket that was too big for him, with chains he could never remove and voices he could never silence and a power he had never asked for. He gathered Sasuke into his arms, carefully, gently, like holding something fragile and precious and already broken. Sasuke's head lolled against Naruto's shoulder. His breathing was shallow but steady. He was alive. He would wake up. He would recover. But he would remember. The Penance Stare didn't erase memories. It burned them in. Every sin, every victim, every consequence. Sasuke would carry the weight of what he had done to those 3 gate guards for the rest of his life, because the rider had made sure of it. Naruto held his friend and he cried. The tears were hot. They steamed on his cheeks, but they were real, human, raw, 13 years old, and carrying the weight of a cosmic entity and a broken best friend and 3 dead men whose families would never understand why. The rider had been right. Sasuke had been guilty. He had killed 3 innocent people. The judgment was accurate. The punishment was just. The curse mark's destruction was a mercy that Sasuke didn't deserve, but that Naruto had fought for anyway, had wrestled from the spirit of vengeance through sheer force of will, demanding that the fire heal as well as harm, and it had worked. The curse mark was gone. Orochimaru's hold was broken. Sasuke was free. But the cost, 3 men were dead. Sasuke was comatose. Naruto was kneeling in the mud with blood on his hands that wasn't his, and guilt on his chest that he couldn't name, and the screaming in his head louder than ever. 3 new voices joining the choir, the gate guards, men he had never met and could never save. The rider had done its job. The rider was always doing its job. And Naruto, the boy beneath the fire, the human inside the judgment, was the one who paid for it. Sakura found them. She came through the compound gates at a dead sprint, soaking wet, kunai in hand, medical kit bouncing on her hip. She saw Naruto kneeling in the courtyard with Sasuke in his arms, and she stopped. Just stopped. 15 feet away. Her eyes were wide, her lips were parted, the ground around them was cracked and blackened. Steam rose from the stones. The air smelled like fire and rain and something ancient and terrible. "Naruto," she said. He looked up at her. His face was wet. Rain and tears indistinguishable. His eyes were blue, entirely blue. The orange was gone. The rider had retreated, satisfied or sated or simply finished, leaving the boy to hold the pieces. "He's alive," Naruto said. His voice was broken. Gravel and grief. "I stopped him. The curse mark is gone. He'll be okay. Eventually." Sakura knelt beside them. Her hands shaking reached for Sasuke's face. She checked his pulse. Strong, steady. She checked his chakra pathways, clearer than she'd ever felt them. Actually, as if something had burned away months of accumulated corruption and left only the clean, original framework. "What did you do?" she whispered. Naruto shook his head. "I did what I had to do. The thing, the fire, the Naruto, what are you?" He looked at her, and for a moment, just a moment, he considered telling her the truth. All of it. The Shinigami, the contract, the spirit of vengeance, the cost, the screaming, the slow, steady erosion of his humanity. The certainty that one day the boy would disappear completely and the rider would be all that was left. He considered it, and then he smiled. That smile, the one that was equal parts warmth and sadness, and the desperate performance of someone who has decided that other people's peace of mind is more important than his own honesty. "I'm just Naruto," he said. "Believe it." Sakura's eyes filled with tears. She didn't believe him. She wasn't stupid, but she also wasn't going to push, because the boy sitting in front of her in the rain, holding his broken best friend, crying without shame, was the most human thing she had ever seen. And whatever he was, Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance, Jinchuriki, Monster, Legend, he was also just a kid who loved his friend enough to destroy himself to save him. She put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. He flinched, then relaxed. They stayed like that. 3 kids in the rain, one unconscious, one crying, one holding them together. Kakashi arrived 4 minutes later with an Anbu squad. He assessed the scene in 2 seconds. The destruction, the residual heat, the curse mark's absence from Sasuke's neck, the look on Naruto's face. He understood. He didn't need to ask. "Medical team," Kakashi said to the Anbu behind him. "Now." Sasuke was taken to the hospital. Naruto refused to leave his side. He sat in the hospital chair next to Sasuke's bed for 14 hours straight, through the night, through the morning, through the medical evaluations and the Anbu interrogations and the Hokage's personal visit. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. He sat and watched Sasuke breathe and counted the breaths, because counting was the only thing that kept the screaming quiet. The Hokage stood at the foot of Sasuke's bed and looked at Naruto for a long time. The curse mark is completely gone, Hiruzen said. The medical team says there's no trace of Orochimaru's chakra anywhere in his system. They've never seen anything like it. They said it would be like removing a tumor that had wrapped itself around every organ. Impossible without killing the patient. Naruto said nothing. You did the impossible, Naruto. 3 men are dead, Naruto said. His voice was hoarse. 3 men who were just doing their jobs. They had families. That was Sasuke's choice. That weight belongs to him. The rider punished him for it, made him feel it, all of it, their deaths, their families, everything. Naruto's hands tightened on the armrests of the chair. It was the right call. The rider was right, and I hate it. I hate that it was right. Hiruzen was quiet for a long time. The hardest part of justice, the Hokage said, is that it hurts the people who love the guilty the most. Naruto looked at him. Those blue eyes. Tired, ancient, 13 years old and carrying a weight that would have crushed a grown man. Is it always going to be like this? Naruto asked. Is it always going to hurt? The Hokage didn't lie to him. He owed the boy that much. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. It will always hurt. Naruto nodded. He turned back to Sasuke's sleeping face. He watched his friend breathe. He counted. And in the back of his skull, behind the screaming, behind the pain, behind the weight of the rider's fire, and the Shinigami's contract, and the slow erosion of everything that made him human. Behind all of it, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who had been broken in an alley at 8 years old and remade into the spirit of vengeance. The boy who could burn gods and shatter mountains and judge the guilty with a single look. That boy held on to one thought, one simple, stubborn, irrational thought. He was still here, battered, burning, broken, but still here. And as long as he was still here, as long as there was still blue in his eyes and warmth in his chest and tears on his face, the fire hadn't won. The rain continued outside the hospital window. The village slept. The legends grew. And somewhere in the dark, the Shinigami watched its vessel and waited with the infinite patience of something that had already won, knowing that everything was the price and that the boy was paying it in installments, one night at a time, one judgment at a time, one piece of himself at a time. But the boy was stubborn. The boy had always been stubborn. It turned out was the only currency that mattered in a war against something infinite. Sasuke woke up on the 4th day. His eyes opened at 3:17 in the morning. Naruto knew the exact time because he had been staring at the clock on the hospital wall for so long that the numbers had burned into his retinas. 1 second, Sasuke was unconscious, his face slack, his breathing the steady mechanical rhythm of someone whose body was running on autopilot. The next second, his eyes were open. Wide, black, pupils dilated to the edge of the iris, and he was screaming. The scream tore through the hospital ward. It hit the walls and bounced and filled every room on the floor. Nurses dropped trays. A patient 2 doors down started crying. The Anbu guard stationed outside Sasuke's room burst through the door with a kunai drawn and found Naruto already on his feet, already at the bedside, already pressing Sasuke's shoulders back against the mattress because the boy was thrashing, arching his back, clawing at the sheets with fingers that left gouges in the fabric. Sasuke! Sasuke! Hey, look at me! Look at me! Sasuke's eyes found Naruto's face. The screaming stopped. The thrashing stopped. Everything stopped. Sasuke stared at Naruto with an expression that contained so many things it was impossible to catalog them all. Recognition, grief, horror, guilt, and underneath all of it, buried so deep that only someone who had spent 5 years learning to read Sasuke Uchiha's face would have caught it. Gratitude. The terrible, unwanted kind. The kind you feel toward the person who saved your life when you weren't sure you wanted it saved. I remember, Sasuke said. His voice was raw. 4 days of unconsciousness had dried his throat to paper. I remember all of it. Naruto's hands were still on Sasuke's shoulders. He could feel the boy shaking. I know. The guards, their faces, the one with the daughter, the one who, the new father. I can see them. I can see what I... Sasuke's voice broke. Actually broke, mid-word, like a string pulled past its limit. His jaw clenched. He turned his face away from Naruto, toward the wall, because Sasuke Uchiha would rather stare at plaster than let someone see him cry. But Naruto had already seen, and Naruto said nothing about it, because some things don't need words. The Anbu guard was still standing in the doorway. Should I call the medical team? Get out, Naruto said, without looking away from Sasuke. The guard left. Sasuke lay in that bed for a long time. His breathing was ragged. His hands gripped the sheets so hard his knuckles were white. And slowly, one piece at a time, the memories settled. The Penance Stare's imprint finding its permanent home in his mind, taking root, becoming part of the architecture of who Sasuke Uchiha was going to be from this point forward. The curse mark, Sasuke said finally. His hand went to his neck. The skin was smooth, unmarked. The thing that had been growing inside him for months, whispering Orochimaru's promises, feeding on his grief and his rage, gone. He felt its absence like a phantom limb. The place where it had been was warm. Residual heat from the hellfire that had burned it away. Gone, Naruto confirmed. You burned it out of me. The rider did. You are the rider. Naruto pulled his hands off Sasuke's shoulders. He sat back in the hospital chair. The leather jacket creaked. The chains shifted under his collar. Yeah, Naruto said. I am. Sasuke turned his head back. He looked at Naruto. Really looked, the way the Sharingan looks, even without being activated, because Sasuke's eyes had been trained to see what was underneath. He saw the bags under Naruto's eyes, the hollowed cheeks, the way the boy's hands rested on his thighs with the fingers slightly curled, like he was always ready to grab something or hold something down. He saw the jacket and the chains and the faint shimmer of heat that clung to Naruto's skin like a second atmosphere. How long? Sasuke asked. Since I was 8. Sasuke closed his eyes. 8 years old. 5 years of carrying something that could burn the soul out of a man's body. 5 years of holding the door shut against a force that wanted to consume him. And Sasuke had spent those same 5 years brooding about his own tragedy, convinced that nobody else could possibly understand loss. The arrogance of that assumption hit him like a physical blow. The guards, Sasuke said again, their families. The village is handling it. Pensions, support. The Hokage made sure. That's not enough. No, it's not. Sasuke opened his eyes. Something had shifted behind them. The obsessive, burning, single-minded hunger for Itachi's death was still there. You couldn't burn that out with any fire because it was woven into the grief itself, inseparable from the love that had created it. But the hunger was no longer alone. It shared space now with something else. Accountability. The weight of 3 men's faces staring at him every time he closed his eyes. The Penance Stare had given Sasuke Uchiha a conscience, a real one, not the performative restraint of someone following a code, but the deep bone-level understanding that actions had consequences, and those consequences lived inside the people they happened to. He would never be soft. He would never be warm. He was still Sasuke, proud, sharp, difficult, driven by a purpose that bordered on self-destruction. But the cruelty was gone. The willingness to step over bodies on his way to his brother's throat, gone. Burned out alongside the curse mark, cauterized by hellfire, replaced by the indelible memory of what it felt like to experience your own sins from the other side. I owe you, Sasuke said. The words came out like they were being dragged across broken glass. You don't owe me anything. I owe you everything, and I hate it. Naruto almost smiled. Almost. Yeah, I know that too. Sasuke's hand came up. He held it out. Not a handshake, something rawer, an open hand, palm up, offered to the person who had dragged him back from the cliff's edge by burning the cliff out from under him. Naruto looked at the hand. He took it. Sasuke's grip was weak. 4 days unconscious had cost him muscle control. But it was there, present, real. They held on for 3 seconds. Then Sasuke pulled his hand back and turned his face to the wall again, because 3 seconds was his limit for vulnerability, and he'd already exceeded it. Naruto sat back in the chair. The screaming in his head was still there. The 3 guards' voices. Sasuke's scream from the courtyard. All of it layered on top of the older voices. The original 4 root operatives, the bandits, the slavers, Reigen, Hidan, Kakuzu. A choir that grew with every judgment and would grow again because the world was full of the guilty and the rider would always find them. But Sasuke was alive. Sasuke was awake. The curse mark was ash. And for right now, in this hospital room, in the gray light before dawn, that was enough. It had to be enough. The village found out. Not the full truth. The Hokage made sure of that. But enough. Enough fragments leaked through the Anbu reports. Enough nurses talked. Enough civilians saw the scorch marks in the Uchiha compound courtyard and connected them to the rumors that had been circulating for years. The flaming skull, the chains, the boy. Naruto Uzumaki is the Ghost Rider. The phrase moved through Konoha like a fever. It traveled through the market stalls and the training grounds and the jonin lounges and the civilian bars. It found its way into whispered conversations between parents picking up their children from the academy and hushed discussions between clan heads behind closed doors. The reaction split down a line that had existed since the night of the Nine Tails attack 14 years ago. Half the village was terrified. The demon brat was now something worse, something that could burn men to ash, something that left glass where stone had been, something that even the Anbu couldn't stop. The other half, smaller, quieter but growing, looked at the trail of the Ghost Rider's actions and saw a pattern. Bandits destroyed, slavers eliminated, traffickers burned, a corrupt magistrate judged, and now an allied shinobi saved from a curse that would have consumed him. The Ghost Rider killed the guilty. Only the guilty. Always the guilty. For the first time, some people in Konoha began to wonder if the thing they had been afraid of was actually on their side. The Hokage made his decision 3 days after Sasuke woke up. He called Naruto to his office alone. No Anbu, no advisors, just the old man and the boy and the pipe smoke curling between them. "You are being removed from the standard shinobi roster," Hiruzen said. Naruto sat in the chair across from the desk. He looked smaller than he should have. The jacket hung off his frame. The chains were quiet. "Removed," Naruto repeated. "Classified. Your existence as the Ghost Rider will be acknowledged internally at the highest levels only. Jonin Commander, Anbu Commander, the Council, they already know, though they wish they didn't. Externally, you remain Naruto Uzumaki, Genin, Team 7. But your missions will be selected personally by me. Your deployments will be at my discretion. You will not be subject to standard mission ranking." "You're making me a weapon." The Hokage's pipe paused halfway to his mouth. He set it down. "I am making you protected," Hiruzen said. "Every intelligence agency in every nation is looking for the Ghost Rider. If they connect it to you, publicly, officially, you become a target that every village will either try to capture or try to kill. This classification keeps you invisible." "I've never been invisible, not once in my entire life." "Then this will be a new experience." Naruto looked at the Hokage for a long time. The old man's face was lined with decades of impossible decisions. His eyes were tired. He meant well. He always meant well. The road to every tragedy Naruto had ever experienced was paved with people who meant well. "Fine," Naruto said, "but I stay with my team." "Of course. And if someone threatens the people I care about, I don't wait for your permission." The temperature in the office ticked up 2 degrees. The pipe on the desk began to smoke on its own. The Hokage held Naruto's gaze. "Agreed." Naruto stood. He walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. "Old man?" "Yes?" "The next time root operatives try to hurt someone I love, I won't just burn the operatives. I'll burn the man who sent them." He left. The door closed behind him. The temperature returned to normal. The pipe stopped smoking. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone in his office and understood, with absolute clarity, that the boy had just threatened Danzo Shimura to his face through his Hokage, and that the threat was not a bluff. He poured a drink, then poured a second one, then sat in the dark and wondered when he had lost control of everything. The news reached Amegakure on a Tuesday. Pain stood on the balcony of the tallest tower in the village, rain streaming down the piercings on his face, the Rinnegan staring into the middle distance at something only he could see. Konan stood behind him, paper wings folded at her back, watching the tension in his shoulders. "Hidan and Kakuzu are confirmed dead," she said. Pain said nothing. "The reports are consistent. The entity, the Ghost Rider, engaged them in the wasteland east of the Land of Fire. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Hidan's immortality was stripped from him before he was killed. Kakuzu's 5 hearts were destroyed simultaneously." Pain said nothing. "The entity's power continues to exceed all projections. The chakra analysis teams cannot classify it because it does not operate on chakra. Our sensor network registered a disturbance during the battle, but it read as, they described it as a whole, an absence, like was operating in a frequency below what our instruments can detect." Pain turned. The Rinnegan's concentric circles caught the gray light. Below, he repeated. Below chakra. Below natural energy. Below anything we have a framework for. Pain was still for a long time. The rain ran down his face and pooled at his feet. Somewhere inside the tower, the real Nagato, emaciated, connected to machines, kept alive by willpower in the outer path, processed the same information through 6 sets of eyes, and arrived at the same conclusion. The Ghost Rider was outside his system. The Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the eyes that commanded life and death, that controlled gravity and souls, and the boundary between the living and the dead, had no authority over something that predated the Sage entirely. Pain had built his entire philosophy on the premise that he was a god, that his power was absolute, that his pain, capital P, the concept, the weapon, the ideology, was the ultimate arbiter of peace. The Ghost Rider was a direct contradiction of that premise. Something older, something that judged on a scale Pain couldn't access, something that had looked at 2 members of his organization and rendered a verdict that his Rinnegan couldn't overturn. "We proceed," Pain said. "The 9 tails must be captured. The plan does not change." Conan watched his face. She had known Nagato since they were children, since Jiraiya had taught them in the rain, since Yahiko had died and the world had broken. She could read him better than anyone alive. He was afraid. He would never say it. He would never acknowledge it. But the micro-tension in his jaw and the way his fingers pressed harder against the balcony railing told her everything. "And the entity?" Conan asked. "When the time comes," Pain said, "I will face it myself." He turned back to the rain. The conversation was over. In a cheap inn 3 countries away, Itachi Uchiha sat cross-legged on a thin mattress and listened to Kisame deliver the same report. Kisame was grinning. Kisame was always grinning, but the grin was tighter than usual, pulled at the corners, and Samahata was vibrating against his back in a way that Itachi had learned to associate with the sword, sensing something it wanted no part of. "Hidan and Kakuzu," Kisame said, leaning against the door frame. "Both of them, in 10 minutes. That's faster than I could have done it, and I'm being honest about that." Itachi said nothing. His Sharingan was deactivated. His eyes were dark and quiet and looking at something that wasn't in the room. "The kid's on your brother's team, right?" Kasame continued. "The Jinchuriki, the one with the, what do they call it, the burning skull thing." "Yes." "And your brother? The report says the curse mark was removed, the one Orochimaru put there." "Yes." Kasame studied his partner. Itachi's face gave nothing away. It never did. But Kasame had traveled with the man for years, and he had learned that the less Itachi's face showed, the more was happening underneath. "You're thinking about something," Kasame said. Itachi was thinking about a boy eating ramen alone at a stand. Small, loud, wearing an orange jacket that was 3 sizes too big, swinging his legs on the stool because his feet didn't reach the ground, talking to the cook like the cook was the most important person in the world, because at that moment, the cook was the only person who would talk to him. Itachi was thinking about what Konoha had done to that boy, and what that boy had become because of it. And he was thinking about Sasuke, his brother, the boy he had sacrificed his clan, his name, his soul, and his future to protect. Sasuke was on the same team as the vessel of the spirit of vengeance. Sasuke had been saved by the Ghost Rider. Sasuke owed his life and his freedom to the same boy that Konoha's darkness had created. The irony was so precise it felt intentional, like the universe was making a point. "I'm thinking," Itachi said, "that the world is about to change, and that we are not ready for it." Kasame's grin widened. "We're never ready. That's what makes it fun." Itachi disagreed, but he said nothing. In Otogakure, in a laboratory buried beneath a mountain, lit by guttering torches in the sickly green glow of experimental tanks, Orochimaru received the news from Kabuto. Kabuto delivered it calmly, clinically. The curse mark on Sasuke Uchiha had been removed, completely, permanently. No trace of Orochimaru's chakra remained in the boy's system. The methodology was unknown, but appeared to involve the same entity responsible for the deaths of multiple high-value targets across the continent. The Ghost Rider, Orochimaru, listened. He was standing at one of his work tables, a dissected specimen of something that had once been human laid out in front of him. His hands gloved, his golden eyes focused on the report Kabuto was reading. His hands stopped moving. The laboratory was cold. Orochimaru kept it that way, preferred it, thrived in the clinical chill of underground spaces where the sun couldn't reach. But in the silence after Kabuto finished speaking, the cold felt different, sharper, like the temperature had dropped in a way that had nothing to do with ventilation. "Removed," Orochimaru said. His voice was a whisper, the voice of a snake hearing a mongoose in the grass. "Completely, Orochimaru-sama. The medical reports from Konoha's hospital indicate that the removal was, they used the word total. No residual corruption, no trace signatures. The seal matrix that the curse mark was built on was incinerated at the molecular level." Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed. The curse mark was his masterwork. Years of research, decades of refinement, a fusion of natural energy manipulation and parasitic seal theory that had taken him to the edge of what was possible within the shinobi sciences. It was designed to be irremovable. The seal was layered into the victim's chakra network so deeply that extraction would kill the host. Every medical team in every village had confirmed this. The curse mark was permanent. Someone had burned it away like it was nothing. Orochimaru set down his tools. He pulled off his gloves. He walked to the far wall of the laboratory, where a bank of monitors displayed intelligence feeds from across the continent. His reflection stared back at him from the dark screens, pale, golden-eyed, the face of a man who had spent his entire life conquering the boundaries of mortality and biology and power, and for the first time in decades, perhaps for the first time since the third Hokage had looked at him with disappointment instead of pride, and he had felt, beneath the rage and the ambition, a splinter of something he refused to name. Orochimaru felt afraid. The fear lasted 3 seconds. Then he buried it beneath curiosity, because that was what Orochimaru did with every emotion that threatened to make him human. "Fascinating," he said. "Kabuto, I want everything we have on this entity, every report, every witness account, every scrap of data." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru turned back to his work table. His hands were steady. His mind was racing. Something existed in the world that operated outside the system he had spent his life mastering. Something that could erase his work with the casual totality of a hand wiping chalk from a board. He would study it. He would understand it. He would find its limits. And somewhere in the back of his brilliant broken mind, a voice he refused to acknowledge whispered that this thing had no limits. That it was the answer to a question he had been afraid to ask since the day he first peeled back the skin of a corpse and looked for the soul underneath and found nothing. The soul existed. It burned, and it judged. 3,000 miles from Odogakure, in a hot spring town on the border of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya of the Sannin set down his sake cup and stared at the intelligence report his toad summon had just delivered. He read it twice. Then he read it again. The report was compiled from 6 independent sources, spy networks he had built over 30 years of wandering the continent. Each source told the same story from a different angle. A figure of fire and bone, chains that moved on their own, a skull wreathed in flame, targets killed by a gaze. The name varied: Ghost Rider, the Burning One, the Spirit of Judgment, the Hellfire Wraith, but the description was always the same. And the connection to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was established beyond doubt. Jiraiya set down the report. He looked at the ceiling of his inn-room. He thought about Minato, his student, the 4th Hokage, the man who had sealed the Nine-Tails into his own newborn son, and died believing the village would treat the boy as a hero. He thought about Kushina, who had loved that boy before he took his first breath, and died trusting the village to love him too. He thought about what the village had actually done, and he thought about the fact that he, Jiraiya, the boy's godfather, had spent the last 13 years traveling the world, writing smut novels and building spy networks, and doing everything except the one thing he had been asked to do: take care of the kid. Jiraiya picked up the sake cup. He drained it. He set it down hard enough to crack the ceramic. "I need to find him," he said to the empty room, "before someone else does." He packed in 4 minutes. He was on the road in 5. The toads carried messages ahead of him, to Konoha, to the Hokage, to contacts in every nation between him and the boy he should have raised. Jiraiya was many things: a legend, a pervert, a writer, a spy master, a sage, a fool, Above all, he was late. He found Naruto 3 weeks later. The trail was easy to follow if you knew what to look for. Scorch marks on back roads, campfire circles where the ash was too white and too fine to be wood, villagers in border towns who spoke in hushed voices about a boy in a black jacket who had passed through 2 days ago, quiet, polite, alone, who had bought supplies with cash and left without trouble, but whose shadow had seemed, in the wrong light, to move independently of his body. Jiraiya found him in a clearing in the forest north of the Land of Fire. Naruto was sitting on a fallen log, eating rice balls from a cloth wrapper, the leather jacket open at the collar, chains visible against his black shirt. The Hell Cycle was parked 10 feet away, engine off, but the tires were still faintly glowing, radiating heat that made the grass around them wilt. Jiraiya stood at the tree line and looked at the boy and felt the full weight of 13 years of failure settle onto his shoulders like a physical load. This was not the child he had imagined. In Jiraiya's mind, in the version of events that he had been telling himself to sleep at night for over a decade, Naruto was Minato's son, loud and bright and burning with the same boundless potential, needing only a mentor's hand to guide him toward greatness. The boy in the clearing shattered that image. This boy was quiet. This boy had chains wrapped around his body and a motorcycle made of hellfire and eyes that, when they glanced up at the tree line and found Jiraiya's position with the casual accuracy of someone who had sensed him arriving from a mile away, held something that had nothing to do with childish wonder and everything to do with the resigned wariness of a person who had learned to expect the worst from every new face. "You can come out," Naruto said. "I know who you are." Jiraiya stepped into the clearing. He was a big man, tall, broad, white-haired, wearing the red vest and mesh armor that had become his signature. The kabuki paint on his face was fresh. His sandals crunched on the dry grass. He stopped 20 feet from the boy and put his hands on his hips and grinned, the grin that had charmed informants and intimidated enemies and seduced more women than he could count. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," he announced. "The Toad Sage, the gallant, the legendary." "My godfather," Naruto said, "who hasn't visited once in 13 years. The grin held for half a second. Then it collapsed. Jiraiya's hands dropped to his sides. The kabuki energy drained out of his posture like water from a cracked cup. He stood in the clearing, stripped of performance, and the man underneath was older and sadder than the legend. "Yeah," Jiraiya said, "that too." Silence. A bird called somewhere in the canopy. The hell cycle ticked as it cooled, though it never fully cooled because the fire inside it was eternal. "I'm not going to apologize," Jiraiya said, "because an apology for something this big is an insult. Saying sorry doesn't cover 13 years. "Okay," Naruto said. "I had reasons. The spy network, threats against your father's legacy, Orochimaru's movements. They were real reasons. They mattered. Okay, but they weren't good enough. None of them were good enough to justify leaving a kid alone in a village that hated him. I know that. I've known it for a long time." Naruto took another bite of his rice ball. He chewed. He swallowed. He looked at Jiraiya with those blue eyes, human eyes, quiet, carrying the weight of the rider behind them like a furnace banked but burning, and his expression was unreadable. "You done?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya blinked. "What? With the guilt thing? Are you done? Because I don't need you to feel bad about the past. I need you to be useful right now." Jiraiya stared at the boy, and then, despite everything, the guilt, the failure, the enormity of what he was looking at, he laughed. Short, genuine. The laugh of a man who had just been punched in the ego by a 13-year-old and respected the hit. "You sound like your mother," Jiraiya said. Something flickered in Naruto's eyes. A flash. There and gone. "What was she like?" Naruto asked. His voice was carefully flat. The question cost him something to ask, and he was trying to hide the price. Jiraiya sat down on the grass across from him. The performance was gone. The legend was gone. This was just a man sitting across from the boy he should have raised, trying to give him something 13 years too late. "She was terrifying," Jiraiya said. "Red hair, temper like a volcano. She could knock your father, the fourth Hokage, fastest man alive, flat on his ass with one punch when he said something stupid. She laughed louder than anyone in the room. She ate ramen like it was going out of production. And she loved you. Before you were born, before she ever saw your face, she loved you so much it scared her. She told me once. She said, Jiraiya, this kid is going to change the world. I can feel it. He kicks too hard to do anything else. Naruto's jaw was tight. His eyes were bright. He looked away toward the hell cycle, toward the trees, toward anything that wasn't the man telling him about the mother he never knew. She would have killed this village, Naruto said quietly, if she saw what they did to me. She would have killed it twice, Jiraiya agreed, and your father would have helped. The silence that followed was different from the first one, warmer. Something had opened between them. Not trust exactly, and not forgiveness, but the beginning of a space where those things might eventually be possible. The Akatsuki are moving, Jiraiya said. The shift in tone was immediate. Spy master mode. The eyes that had been soft a moment ago went sharp and clear. Pain. The leader, the one with the Rinnegan, is planning something. I don't have the full picture yet, but the pieces I have are bad. Multiple Jinchuriki have already been captured. The one tail, the two tails, the three tails. Gone. Their hosts are dead. The Biju extracted. The Akatsuki are collecting them. All of them. Naruto processed this. His expression changed by degrees. The nine tails is last. Or close to it. You're the priority target. Whatever they're building, whatever they need the Biju for, the nine tails is the keystone. They will come for you. It's not a question of if, it's when. Let them come. Jiraiya looked at him. At the jacket. At the chains. At the boy who had killed 2 S-rank criminals in under 10 minutes. The rider can handle most of them, Jiraiya said. I believe that. I've read the reports. But the rider also takes you with it. Every time it comes out, you lose a piece of yourself. I know about the contract, Naruto. The Hokage shared what he found in the ancient texts. The spirit of vengeance consumes its vessel. Eventually, there's no vessel left, just the spirit. Naruto's hand tightened on the rice ball. The wrapper crinkled. I'm aware, he said. Then you're aware that charging into battle after battle, letting the rider out every time someone bleeds, is a death sentence with extra steps. What's the alternative? Control. Jiraiya leaned forward. Right now, the rider takes you. The trigger is external, innocent blood, mortal threat, the compulsion from the Shinigami's contract. You have no say in when it happens. That's the chain that's killing you. Not the fire, not the judgment, the fact that you can't choose. And you know how to fix that? I know how to train the human side of you, the sage arts, willpower techniques, spiritual discipline that predates the shinobi system. Mount Myoboku has records of entities like the Spirit of Vengeance, beings that bond with human vessels and either consume them or are tamed by them. The Toads have been collecting that knowledge for thousands of years. The answer isn't fighting the rider. The answer is becoming strong enough as a human that the rider has to listen. Naruto was quiet for a long time. The rice ball was forgotten in his hand. He stared at the ground between his feet and behind his eyes, in the place where the rider waited, always burning, a furnace door held shut by a boy's willpower. He felt the entity stir, listening, evaluating. On my terms, Naruto said. Your terms. I'm not your student, I'm not your project, and I'm not your redemption arc. You train me because it needs to be done. That's it. Jiraiya nodded. That's it. Naruto stood up. He tossed the remaining rice ball to the side. A stray dog materialized from the underbrush, grabbed it, and bolted, but not before giving the hell cycle a wide berth and whimpering once. When do we start? No asked. Now, Jiraiya said. They trained for 3 months. Jiraiya took Naruto to Mount Myoboku for 2 weeks of that time, the sacred mountain where the Toad sages lived, where natural energy pooled in concentrations that made the air thick enough to taste. The Toads reacted to Naruto the way every animal reacted to Naruto, with immediate primal wariness. Gamabunta refused to come within 100 feet of him. Fukasaku, the elder Toad sage, sat at a distance and studied Naruto with ancient calculating eyes and said, "The fire inside this boy is older than our mountain, older than the sage arts. Be careful, Jiraiya boy." Jiraiya was careful. He pushed Naruto's human side, physical conditioning, chakra control exercises, meditation techniques that forced the mind into the space between consciousness and the subconscious where the rider lived. The meditation was the hardest part. Naruto had to sit still, breathe, turn inward. Face the burning door behind which the rider waited, and instead of slamming it shut or being overwhelmed, stand in front of it and hold his ground. The first time he tried, the door blew open and the transformation started before he could blink. Jiraiya had to tackle him into a river to interrupt the process. The water boiled. Both of them came out with steam burns. Jiraiya lost his eyebrows. They grew back within a week, but the Toad Sage gave Naruto a look that said volumes about the practical difficulties of mentoring an apocalypse. The second time was better. Naruto held the door for 4 seconds before the rider pushed through. He blacked out and woke up on a hilltop 3 miles away, smelling like sulfur, with a burned-out campfire of bandits nearby and 3 new voices in his head. The third time, he held the door for 11 seconds. The fourth time, 30. By the end of the first month, Naruto could stand in front of the rider's door for 5 minutes without losing control. He could feel the fire's heat on his face. He could hear the chains rattle. He could look into the hellfire behind the door and say, "Not yet," and mean it, and have it stick. By the end of the second month, Naruto could open the door a crack, let a sliver of the rider's power through, the chains extending from his wrists, the hellfire coating his fists, the speed boost, without triggering a full transformation. Partial access, the rider's power on a leash. He was still Naruto, flesh and blood and blue eyes, but with fire at his fingertips and chains that could punch through stone. By the end of the third month, Naruto could open the door wide and step through it, voluntarily, on his own terms. The transformation was still triggered by the compulsion. Innocent blood still activated the rider automatically. But Naruto could now call the rider without the compulsion. He could reach inside, find the fire, and pull it out like drawing a sword. The first time he did it, stood in a clearing, took 1 breath and called the Ghost Rider by choice, Jiraiya watched from 60 feet away and felt his blood go cold. The transformation was different when Naruto chose it. Smoother. The fire didn't explode out of him. It rose like a tide, deliberate and complete. The skull emerged through the skin with something that looked almost graceful. The chains unfurled from his body and arranged themselves with intent. Not flailing, but ready. Each one moving to a position that suggested the rider was already planning 4 attacks before the fight had started. The hellfire burned lower, steadier, more focused. When Naruto was seized by the compulsion, the rider was a wildfire, savage, beautiful, indiscriminate in its heat. When Naruto chose the transformation, the rider was a blade. And blades were worse than wildfires, because wildfires were accidents. Blades were decisions. The rider stood in the clearing for 30 seconds. Then the flames dimmed. The flesh returned. Naruto was back, breathing hard, sweat on his face, but his eyes were clear, and his hands were steady. "How was that?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya realized he had been holding his breath. He exhaled. "Terrifying," Jiraiya said honestly. "Absolutely terrifying." Naruto almost smiled. "That sad one, the one that belonged on a much older face." "Good," he said. There was one problem left. The compulsion was still active. No matter how much control Naruto gained, the Shinigami's contract still pulled the rider out of him whenever innocent blood hit the ground. The voluntary transformation was an addition, not a replacement. The old chains were still in place. The contract was still burning on his forearm. The ancient language carved into blackened skin that throbbed with a heat that never faded. "The contract has to go," Jiraiya said. They were sitting around a campfire in the mountains. The stars were out. Somewhere below them, the world was turning, and the Akatsuki were moving and the war machine was building. But up here it was just 2 people in the fire. "I know," Naruto said. "I've known since the beginning." The texts from Mount Myoboku describe only one way to break a contract with an entity of the Shinigami's level. The vessel must confront the entity directly, face to face, on whatever plane the entity exists on. And do what? The texts aren't clear on that part. The last vessel who tried was a sage from the pre-chakra era. The records say he turned the fire back toward the source. That's all. No details. No methodology. The sage was never heard from again. Encouraging. Naruto, I need you to understand what I'm saying. The Shinigami is a death god. The death god. The entity that exists at the boundary between the living and the dead. It has existed since before the Sage of 6 Paths, before the 10 Tails, before human civilization. Fighting it Confronting it, the odds don't matter, Naruto said. His voice was flat, certain. The campfire reflected in his eyes, and the reflection was orange. The contract is killing me, slowly. Every time the rider takes me against my will, I lose a piece of what I am. You said it yourself. If this keeps going, there's no Naruto left, just the rider, an empty weapon walking the world forever. Yes, then there's no choice. I break the contract or I disappear. Those are the only two options. Jiraiya looked at the boy across the fire. 14 years old, carrying the spirit of vengeance, the 9 tails, the weight of every soul he'd ever judged, and the slow erosion of his own humanity. And his eyes were steady. His jaw was set. His voice held the iron certainty of someone who had already made the decision and was simply informing the world. He looked like Minato. He sounded like Kushina. And he was more dangerous than both of them combined. When? Jiraiya asked. Tonight. Jiraiya closed his eyes. He had known the boy for 3 months. He had spent 13 years failing him. And now the kid was going to fight a death god alone in a dimension that might not have an exit. And all Jiraiya could do was sit by a campfire and wait. I'll be here when you get back, Jiraiya said. I know, Naruto said. He stood up. He walked away from the fire, into the dark, until the campfire's light couldn't reach him. He stood in the blackness of a mountain night, stars above, nothing around him but cold air and the sound of his own breathing. He reached inside, past the human layers, past the 9 tails. The fox stirred as he passed, one massive eye opening, watching wary. Past the chakra network and the physical body and the surface of consciousness, down, deeper, to the place where the contract lived, the branded forearm of his soul, the ancient language glowing white-hot in a void that had no beginning and no end. He touched it. The world inverted. Naruto was no longer standing on a mountain. He was standing on nothing, a flat, featureless plain of absolute darkness that extended in every direction without boundary. There was no horizon, no sky, no ground, though his feet rested on something solid. The darkness was total and alive, pressing against his skin like water, thick, breathable, ancient beyond any frame of reference he possessed. The contract on his forearm blazed. The white-hot symbols pulsed with his heartbeat, casting the only light in the void, a small, flickering circle of illumination around his body that made the darkness beyond it seem even more absolute. And then the Shinigami arrived. It did not walk in. It did not appear. It had always been here. The darkness was the Shinigami. The void was its body. The plane Naruto was standing on was the palm of something so vast that human perception could only process a fraction of its existence. It condensed, drew itself inward, taking form. Because to speak to a human, it needed a shape that human eyes could register. The darkness folded and compressed and solidified, and the figure that emerged was Naruto had seen representations of the Shinigami in scrolls and carvings. The white face, the demonic visage, the knife in its teeth, the purple robes. Those representations were children's drawings. The real Shinigami was taller than the sky. Then it was human-sized. Then it was both simultaneously, a figure that occupied multiple scales of existence at once, and looking at it hurt. The eyes trying to process a being whose physical form was a translation error, a three-dimensional compression of something that existed in dimensions the human brain couldn't render. Its face was white. Its eyes were voids, pits that went down forever into a darkness that made the surrounding plane look bright by comparison. Its mouth was open, and inside the mouth, visible between the teeth that held the spectral knife, were faces. Thousands of faces. Millions. The faces of every soul it had ever consumed, pressed against the inside of its mouth like prisoners against a window, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide, eternally aware, eternally suffering. Naruto looked at the Shinigami and felt fear. Pure, uncut, primal fear. The kind that predated language, the kind that lived in the brainstem and screamed run, run, run with every nerve firing at once. He held his ground. "You have come to me," the Shinigami said. Its voice was the same one that had spoken to him in the alley 5 years ago, the voice that came from everywhere and nowhere, from the space between atoms and the silence after the last heartbeat. But here, in its own domain, the voice was louder, fuller. It had resonance. It carried the weight of every death that had ever occurred, across every world, across every timeline, across every iteration of existence. The contract. Naruto said. His voice was small in the void. Human, finite. I'm here to break it. The Shinigami's expression changed. The white face shifted. The void eyes narrowed, and the mouth with its millions of screaming souls, curved upward. It smiled. The contract cannot be broken. It was written before language. It was carved into the fabric of reality by my own hand. You are my vessel, boy, my rider, my weapon in the mortal world. The contract is eternal. Nothing is eternal, Naruto said. Death is eternal. I am death. The contract is mine. Then I'll take it from you. The Shinigami's smile widened. The faces inside its mouth screamed louder. A sound that was less audio and more raw psychic force. The concentrated anguish of millions of consumed souls hitting Naruto like a wall. He staggered, his knees buckled, blood ran from his nose, his ears. The screaming in his head, the choir that had been growing since he was 8, harmonized with the Shinigami's chorus, and the combined volume was extinction level, a sound designed to erase consciousness. Naruto's hands hit the ground. His vision blurred. The contract on his forearm flared white hot, and the pain was immense. Every nerve in his body activating, the ancient language burning deeper into his soul, the Shinigami tightening the leash. You are mine, the Shinigami said. You have always been mine. The boy was always temporary. The spirit is permanent. Your soul will feed me for eternity, as every vessel's soul has. There is no escape. There is no fighting. There is only the contract and the collection. Naruto was on his hands and knees in the void. The screaming was inside his skull and outside it and everywhere. The Shinigami's presence pressed down on him like the weight of a collapsing star. Gravity made personal, death made physical. The full power of an entity that had existed since existence began. And in that moment, on his hands and knees, bleeding, crushed, the smallest and most finite thing in a void built from infinity, Naruto Uzumaki remembered Kimiko's hand. Warm, flour and sesame oil. The grip that said, I'm here, slow down, there will always be more. He pushed himself up. One hand, then the other, then one knee, then both feet. He stood in the void, blood running down his face, the Shinigami's weight pressing on every atom of his being, and he stood. You gave me this power, Naruto said. His voice was raw, wrecked, but the words were clear. You gave me the spirit of vengeance, the chains, the hellfire, the penance stare. You gave me the ability to see sin and judge it. You gave me the fire that burns the guilty. The Shinigami watched him. The smile remained. You gave me all of that, Naruto said, and you know what? You made a mistake. The smile flickered. Just a fraction. Because the penance stare sees every sin. Every sin. And you, Shinigami, you have been collecting souls for eternity. You've been making contracts with desperate people. People in pain. People who had nothing. People who would agree to anything because the world had broken them. And you consumed them. Every single one. You used them up and threw them away and moved to the next vessel. You corrupted contracts. You accelerated collections. You took more than you were owed. The Shinigami's void eyes narrowed. The spirit of vengeance was supposed to be a choice, a partnership. The texts say it, the old records say it. The vessel and the spirit working together, the human's heart directing the spirit's fire. But you changed the terms. You rigged it. You made the contract a trap. You turned every vessel into a battery that you drained until it was empty. You know nothing of what I know everything. Naruto's eyes went orange. The transformation began. The skin cracking, the skull emerging, the flames erupting. But it was different here, in the Shinigami's domain, in a plane of existence that was built from death itself. The hellfire didn't just burn hot, it burned through. The darkness around Naruto ignited. The void itself caught fire. An impossibility. Fire in a place with no air, no fuel, no physics, and yet it burned because the hellfire was older than physics, older than the rules that governed reality. And in this place, in this moment, the spirit of vengeance was reaching for the one target it had been created to find. The Ghost Rider stood in the Shinigami's domain. The chains exploded outward. Hellfire chains, 6, 8, 12, 20 chains. More than had ever manifested at once. Each one the length of a city block. Each one blazing with white-hot hellfire. Each one moving with the specific, directed intent of a weapon finding its mark. They spread through the void like the roots of a burning tree, extending in every direction, wrapping around the darkness itself. because the darkness was the Shinigami and the chains were reaching for it. The Shinigami moved. The entity's hand came down, a hand the size of a continent that compressed into the size of a human palm as it descended. A hand that held the knife it kept between its teeth, the spectral blade that severed souls from bodies, the instrument of death itself. The blade swung. It hit the rider. The blade shattered. Fragments of spectral metal scattered across the void, each shard containing the screaming faces of souls the knife had cut. The Shinigami stared at its empty hand. Its hand, the instrument it had used since the beginning of existence, broken on the bones of a 14-year-old boy. The rider's skull tilted upward. The empty eye sockets found the Shinigami's void eyes. The hellfire in those sockets blazed so bright that the void around them retreated, the infinite darkness actually pulling back from the light, recoiling, like a living thing touching a hot surface. Guilty. One word. The rider's word. The verdict that had ended every judgment since the spirit of vengeance first walked the earth. Penance Stare. The connection hit the Shinigami like a thunderbolt made of every sun that had ever existed. The Shinigami had consumed billions of souls across eons of existence. It had corrupted contracts with every vessel it had ever bonded. It had taken more than it was owed, again and again and again, across millennia, across worlds, an infinite ledger of stolen time and consumed humanity and broken promises. The death god had treated its vessels as disposable tools, had accelerated the consumption of their souls, had lied about the terms and altered the contracts and taken everything from people who had already lost everything. And the Penance Stare showed it all of that. From the other side, from the perspective of every vessel it had ever consumed. The first vessel, a warrior from before recorded history, a woman who had bonded with the spirit to avenge her slaughtered tribe. She had been brave. She had been righteous. The Shinigami had consumed her soul in 3 years. The second vessel, a monk from a civilization that no longer existed, who had taken the spirit to protect his people from a famine caused by a warlord's greed. He had lasted 5 years. The Shinigami took him anyway, vessel after vessel, century after century, millennium after millennium. Every single soul the Shinigami had consumed through corrupted contracts, every frightened child, every grieving parent, every desperate warrior, all of their pain, all of loss, all of their betrayal at realizing the entity they had trusted had been eating them alive. All of it crashed into the Shinigami at once. The death god screamed. The sound was, there was no comparison, no metaphor, no human experience that could approximate the sound of a cosmic entity experiencing, for the first time in its existence, the weight of its own sins. The scream shook the void. It rippled outward through dimensions, through planes of existence, through the fabric of reality itself. In the physical world, across every nation, every village, every hidden corner of the shinobi continent, people felt it. A cold, deep, primal shudder that ran through the ground and the air and the space between atoms. Animals bolted. Children cried. The ocean tide stuttered. The stars seemed to dim for a fraction of a second. The Shinigami thrashed, its form destabilized. The compressed human shape exploding outward, the darkness expanding, the void itself convulsing as the entity tried to break the connection, tried to pull away from the Penance Stare, tried to escape its own judgment. The hellfire chains held it. 20 chains, 30 chains, more. The rider kept generating them, each one wrapping around a different part of the Shinigami's form, each one burning into the death god's essence with hellfire that was fueled by every stolen soul, every broken contract, every consumed vessel. The chains tightened. The Shinigami's form cracked. Fissures of orange light appeared across its body. The white face splitting, the void eyes fracturing, the million screaming mouths inside it all going silent at once. The rider raised both hands. The chains responded. They pulled, inward, downward, compressing the Shinigami's form, dragging the death god down from its cosmic scale to something manageable, something finite, something that could be held and judged and sentenced, hellfire inferno. The rider opened his jaw and the fire that came out was beyond anything that had been produced in the physical world. This was hellfire at its source, the primal flame of judgment, the fire that had burned before the first star was born, the heat that existed at the foundation of divine consequence. It was white. Then it was past white. into a spectrum that human eyes had no name for, a frequency of light that existed only in the space between justice and mercy. The Hellfire Inferno engulfed the Shinigami. The death god burned, its form disintegrated. Layer by layer, the ancient entity came apart under the Hellfire's assault. The Void Eyes went first, the infinite pits of darkness filling with orange fire as the stolen souls inside them screaming one final time before they were released, freed, unbound from the death god's consumption and scattered into whatever lay beyond. The white face cracked and fell away in burning fragments. The robes ignited. The body, if it could be called a body, became a silhouette of fire, a death god-shaped inferno, burning from the inside out with the same fire it had given to its own weapon. The contract on Naruto's forearm blazed, white hot, brighter than anything. The ancient language glowed so intensely that it cast shadows in a void that had no light source. The symbols trembled, vibrated, and then, one by one, they burned away. The characters cracked and fragmented and turned to ash, and the ash dissolved, and the skin beneath was clean, smooth, scarred, but whole. The contract was burning. The binding was unraveling. The chain between vessel and master was being melted in the same fire that the master had forged. The rider's chains tightened one final time. The Shinigami, reduced now, diminished, a fraction of what it had been, a death god brought to its knees by its own weapon, let out a sound that was less a scream and more a sigh. The sigh of something ancient accepting a verdict it had been avoiding since the beginning of time. The contract shattered. The break was felt across every plane of existence. A snap, a release. The tether between the Shinigami and its vessel severed clean, cauterized by hellfire, permanent and absolute. The death god's hold on Naruto Uzumaki, the slow consumption, the forced transformations, the compulsion, the leash, all of it disintegrated in a single moment of cosmic severance. The Shinigami collapsed inward. Its form compressed, shrank, became something small and broken and barely coherent, a wisp of ancient darkness still alive, because death could not die, but diminished beyond recognition. It retreated, fell backward into the void, sank into the infinite darkness of its own domain like a stone dropping into an ocean, going deeper and deeper until it was gone, not destroyed, but banished, cast into the farthest reaches of its own realm, too broken and too small to do anything but exist in the void and remember what had happened. The void began to collapse. Without the Shinigami's active presence sustaining it, the dimensional plane was folding in on itself, the darkness compressing, the edges of reality rushing inward. The rider stood at the center. The flames burned low. The chains retracted. And then the flesh returned, skin growing over bone, blue eyes emerging from the hellfire, the boy replacing the spirit. And Naruto Uzumaki stood in a collapsing void and reached for the door back to reality. He found it. The same door he'd entered through. The contract's connection, now severed, had left a scar in the dimensional boundary, and Naruto stepped through it as the void folded shut behind him. He was standing on the mountain. The campfire was still burning. Jiraiya was still sitting beside it. The stars were still above. The night air was cold against Naruto's skin, cold in a way that felt new because the constant furnace heat of the Shinigami's contract was gone. Naruto looked at his forearm. The skin was smooth. The ancient language was gone. The contract was ash, the brand that had been burning into his flesh since he was 8 years old, the mark of the Shinigami's ownership, the proof that he was a borrowed weapon on a ticking clock, was erased. He was free. The spirit of vengeance was still there. He could feel it, deep inside, in the space behind the door, burning low and steady and patient. The rider was part of him, bonded to his soul. That bond was permanent. The spirit had chosen him, and the choice was mutual and irreversible. But the forced transformations were gone. The compulsion was gone. The Shinigami's leash was gone. The Ghost Rider answered to Naruto Uzumaki. Only Naruto Uzumaki. When the rider walked, it would be because Naruto opened the door. When the rider judged, it would be because Naruto pointed at the target. When the hellfire burned, it would burn on Naruto's terms, for Naruto's reasons, under Naruto's control. The screaming in his head was quieter, still present. The souls he had judged were still there, their voices etched into his consciousness. But the volume had dropped. The Shinigami's influence had been amplifying the chorus, turning the screaming up to unbearable levels as part of the slow consumption of its vessel. With the contract gone, the voices settled into something manageable. Background noise instead of overwhelming assault. A reminder instead of a weapon. Naruto sat down by the campfire. His legs were shaking. His hands were shaking. Every part of him was shaking because he had just fought a death god in its own domain and won, and the adrenaline was still surging through a body that barely felt real. Jiraiya looked at him. The old sage's eyes were wide. "What happened?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto held up his forearm. Clean skin. No contract. Jiraiya stared at it. Then he stared at Naruto's face. Then back at the arm. Then at the face again. "You broke it," Jiraiya said. "You actually broke it. Burned it. The Shinigami, judged, found guilty, broken, sent back to whatever hole it crawled out of." Jiraiya's mouth opened, closed, opened again. No words came out. The legendary sage, the man who had talked his way through 3 wars in 7 countries and more seductions than he could count, was speechless. "I can control it now," Naruto said. "The rider, it's mine, fully. I call it when I want. I put it away when I'm done. No compulsion, no blackouts, no being dragged out of my own body." Jiraiya reached for the sake bottle next to his pack. He picked it up. It was empty. He stared at it for a long moment and then set it down with the quiet resignation of a man who had been failed by the universe at the worst possible time. "I trained that kid," Jiraiya murmured, to nobody in particular. "I trained a kid who punched out a death god on his first try." Naruto almost laughed. Almost. The sound got halfway up his throat before it turned into something else. A breath, a release, a letting go. He lay back on the ground and stared at the stars, and for the first time in 5 years, the sky looked like the sky again. Just stars, just distance, just the normal, beautiful, infinite night that every person saw when they looked up. He was free. The weight was still there, the responsibility, the power, the voices, all of it. But the chain that had been tightening around his throat since he was 8 years old was gone, and the air tasted different without it. Cleaner. The boy had been drowning for 5 years, and he had just broken the surface. Naruto breathed. He breathed and breathed and breathed, and each breath was his, free, unchained, belonging to nobody and nothing except the boy on the mountain under the stars. They returned to Konoha 2 days later. Jiraiya reported to the Hokage. Naruto went to Ichiraku's. He ate 4 bowls of ramen and talked to Ayame about a dog he'd seen on the road that had been carrying a stick twice its own length, and the conversation was stupid and warm and meaningless and perfect. Tochi gave him a 5th bowl on the house. Naruto ate it slowly. He had time now. For the first time in his life, he had time. The time lasted 6 weeks. The morning pain attacked Konoha. The sky was clear, blue, the kind of sky that made the village look like a postcard, rooftops catching the light, the Hokage monument golden in the morning sun, civilians moving through the streets with the comfortable routine of people who believed they were safe. The first Shinra Tensei hit at 9:14 a.m. The blast originated from the center of the village, above the main market district. A repulsive force, gravity inverted, physics suspended. Everything within a half-mile radius pushed outward with the force of a natural disaster, condensed into a single point. Buildings exploded. Walls became shrapnel. The market stalls, wood and cloth, and the morning's first produce became a horizontal rain of debris that tore through everything in its path. The sound was beyond loud, past the point where the brain could process it as noise. A physical impact that hit the eardrums and the chest and the bones simultaneously. Windows shattered across the entire village. The Hokage monument cracked. The ground buckled and split in radial patterns centered on the blast point. And in the sky above the crater where the market district had been, 6 figures hung in the air. The 6 paths of pain. Identical orange hair. Identical black piercings. Identical Rinnegan eyes. Concentric purple circles that saw everything and judged everything and controlled everything. They descended. The Anbu response was immediate. 12 operatives converged on the central blast zone in under 30 seconds. The animal path summoned a 3-headed dog the size of a building. The dog tore through 4 operatives before they could form hand seals. The Asura Path's arm transformed into a missile launcher and fired a salvo into the Anbu reinforcements approaching from the south. The explosions took out a city block, Kakashi Hatake was on the scene in 90 seconds. He engaged the Deva Path directly. Raikiri. The lightning blade cut through the morning air with a sound like tearing silk. The Deva Path raised one hand, Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force hit Kakashi at point-blank range and threw him through 2 buildings. He emerged from the rubble bleeding, his flak jacket torn, his Sharingan spinning. He engaged again. The fight lasted 4 minutes. Kakashi copied techniques. He analyzed attack patterns. He found the 5-second interval between the Deva Path's uses of Shinra Tensei and exploited it, landing hits, pushing the path backward, using every ounce of skill and experience he had earned over 2 decades of elite combat. The Asura Path flanked him. Kakashi didn't see it coming. The mechanical arm extended. The blade drove through Kakashi's chest from behind, piercing the flak jacket, the mesh armor, the skin, the muscle, the organ underneath. Kakashi coughed blood. His knees hit the ground. His Sharingan dimmed. He fell. Across the village, the destruction multiplied. The Prita Path absorbed jutsu from every shinobi who engaged it. Fire, water, earth, lightning, all of it eaten alive, leaving the attackers drained and defenseless. The human path moved through the civilian sectors, and its touch was lethal. A hand on the head, the soul pulled out like thread from a spool, the body dropping empty. The Naraka Path stood in the shadow of the Hokage monument, and the King of Hell rose behind it. An enormous, demonic head, mouth open, ready to judge and condemn and restore any fallen path. The village was being dismantled. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage now, Hiruzen having fallen to Orochimaru in an encounter that this story does not have time to tell in full, stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower and watched her village burn. Katsuyu, her slug summon, was already splitting and attaching to survivors, healing the wounded, buying time. But the scale of the assault was beyond anything the village had prepared for. "Where is Naruto?" Tsunade said. Her voice was controlled, but the veins on her fists were bulging. He was seen leaving his apartment 2 minutes ago, the Anbu beside her reported. He's heading toward the central blast zone. Alone? Alone. Naruto walked through the burning streets of Konoha. Around him, buildings collapsed. Civilians ran screaming. Shinobi fought and fell. The air was thick with smoke and dust, and the copper taste of blood. He walked, not running, not panicking, walking with the steady, measured pace of someone who had already made a decision and was simply arriving at the place where that decision would take effect. He reached the center of the destruction, the crater where the market district had been. The ground was smashed and fractured. Broken stone and shattered wood, and the remains of lives that had been normal 10 minutes ago. Fires burned in the wreckage. Bodies lay in the rubble. He stopped. The Deva Path stood 60 meters away, at the crater's edge, the Rinnegan fixed on the boy in the leather jacket who had walked into the center of the apocalypse, like he was walking into his own living room. 5 other paths converged. They came from all directions, north, south, east, flanking, elevated positions, surrounding the center of the crater with the mechanical coordination of weapons controlled by a single mind. The animal path summons gathered behind the paths. Giant dogs, giant birds, giant chameleons, a menagerie of destruction waiting for the command to attack. Naruto stood in the middle of it all. The smoke drifted around him. The fires burned on every side. He took one breath. He reached inside, to the door that he had learned to open on his own terms, by his own will, with his own hand. The door behind which the spirit of vengeance waited, patient, eternal his. He opened it. The transformation rose like a tide. Not an explosion, not a seizure, a choice. The fire came from within. It spread across his skin, slow and deliberate, consuming flesh and revealing bone with the unhurried certainty of a sunrise. His eyes went first, the blue burning away, the orange hellfire filling the sockets, casting shadows that cut through the smoke. His face cracked. The skull emerged. The jaw opened, and the last breath of Naruto Uzumaki became the first breath of the Ghost Rider. The chains unfurled. They slid from under the jacket with controlled intent, each one extending to a different position. 12 chains in total, each one 30 feet long, each one burning with white-hot hellfire, each one pointed at a different threat. The jacket's shoulders ignited. The spikes glowed. The skull's flames roared high and steady, burning with a focus and an intensity that the village of Konoha had never seen and would never forget. The Ghost Rider stood in the center of the burning village, and the transformation had been a choice, and everyone who saw it, every shinobi on every rooftop, every civilian peeking from every shelter, every Anbu operative on every perimeter, knew it. The Ghost Rider had not been triggered. It had been called, summoned, deployed. The boy had decided that these 6 beings in front of him deserved what was coming, and what was coming was the full, unchained, willfully directed power of the spirit of vengeance. The entire battlefield went silent. Every fight paused. Every jutsu stuttered. Every eye turned toward the center of the crater where a skeleton wreathed in hellfire stood among 6 gods and looked up at the sky with empty, burning eyes. The rider pointed, one skeletal finger trailing sparks aimed at the sky above the village. At the place where Nagato hid, miles away, connected to his paths by chakra receivers, watching through 12 Rinnegan eyes. Guilty. The Deva path attacked first, Shinra Tensei, the full power version. The repulsive force that had leveled the village's center, the gravity-defying blast that pushed everything away from the point of origin, with the force of a small god deciding that this particular piece of reality should stop existing. It hit the rider. The rider leaned forward. One step into the blast. The repulsive force hit his frame and the chains absorbed it, every chain flaring bright, drinking the gravitational energy, converting it into hellfire fuel. The Shinra Tensei washed over the rider and the rider walked through it, step by step, each footstep melting the broken stone beneath him, each step closer to the Deva path, which was pouring everything into the repulsion, the Rinnegan wide, Nagato behind those eyes pushing harder, harder, and it was doing nothing. The Ghost Rider reached the Deva path in 6 steps. Hellfire chain. One chain shot from the rider's left hand. It crossed the 20 remaining feet between them like a bolt of lightning and punched through the Deva path's chest. The chain burst out the back, dripping with molten metal and hellfire, and the Deva path looked down at the chain through its chest with Nagato's borrowed expression of genuine shock. The chain tightened. The rider pulled. The Deva path flew forward, impaled, dragged across the broken ground, and the rider's free hand caught it by the skull. The Penance Stare activated. The Rinnegan met the hellfire. Every sin Nagato had ever committed through this path poured into the construct. Every death, every Shinra Tensei that had crushed buildings full of civilians, every life ended in the name of a peace philosophy built on corpses. The path's body convulsed. The piercings glowed white-hot and melted. The body went rigid, then limp. The rider discarded it. The Deva path hit the ground empty, the chakra receivers burned out, the connection to Nagato severed by hellfire, one down. The animal path reacted immediately. Every summon attacked at once. The 3-headed dog lunged, jaws wide, each head capable of crushing a building. The giant bird dove from above, talons extended. The chameleon materialized from invisibility, tongue lashing, hellfire blast. The rider opened his jaw. The torrent of hellfire that erupted was a wall of white-hot flames 60 feet wide and 20 feet tall. It caught the 3-headed dog mid-lunge. The animal didn't burn. It ceased to exist. The hellfire hit the summoned creature and unmade it. Ash! A mountain of ash that had been a building-sized monster half a second ago, falling to the ground in a gray cloud. The bird dove through the top of the blast, talons reaching. The rider's chains moved. Hellfire chain whip. 4 chains arcing upward in a web of burning iron that intercepted the bird at 30 feet. The chains cut through the summon like wire through clay. 4 pieces fell, each one catching fire before it hit the ground, each one turning to ash before the ash could settle. The chameleon's tongue lashed. The rider caught it. His skeletal hand closed around the tongue, and the hellfire traveled up it, into the chameleon's mouth, down its throat. The summon detonated from the inside, a burst of hellfire that scattered ash across the crater in a plume that drifted like gray snow. The animal path itself was already running. The rider's chain found it at 40 feet. Hellfire chain bind. The chain wrapped around its torso 3 times, and the hellfire cooked the path where it stood. The piercings melted. The body dropped 2 down. The Asura path transformed. Its body reconfigured. Arms becoming weapons, chest opening to reveal missile arrays, face splitting to reveal a laser emitter. The full combat mode of a mechanical path designed to destroy fortifications. The missiles launched first. A salvo of 6, each one a compressed chakra warhead capable of leveling a house. They streaked toward the rider, trailing smoke, converging from multiple angles in a pattern designed to eliminate evasion. The missiles reached the rider's body and melted. The warheads softened, deformed, and dripped through his ribcage like warm wax. The explosive charges hit the Hellfire and were absorbed. 6 state-of-the-art weapons became 6 puddles of slag that hissed on the ground at the rider's feet. The laser fired. A concentrated beam of chakra energy hit the rider's skull dead center. The beam held for 3 full seconds, a sustained output that would have cut through a reinforced bunker. The rider's skull absorbed it. The flames on the skull burned brighter, fed by the energy, growing in intensity, while the Asura path poured everything it had into a beam that was being eaten alive. The beam cut off. The Asura path's reserves were empty. Its mechanical body whirred and clicked, trying to recharge, trying to reconfigure. The rider closed the distance in 2 steps. One hand on the Asura path's chest. The Hellfire entered the mechanical body through the contact point and spread through every component, every circuit, every chakra conductor, every artificial organ. The Asura path didn't burn, it slagged. The entire mechanical frame softened and collapsed inward, folding in on itself like a crushed can, the internal temperature rising past anything the materials could withstand. The rider stepped back. The Asura path was a heap of molten metal, unrecoverable. 3 down. The human path approached from behind. Its hand reached for the rider's skull, the technique that pulled souls from bodies, the most lethal ability in Pain's arsenal, the touch that ended everything. The hand touched the skull. The human path recoiled. Its fingers smoked. The skin blackened, cracked, peeled away in layers. The soul-pulling technique activated and found nothing to pull. The spirit of vengeance was not a soul in any sense the Rinnegan could process. It was divine fire. It was cosmic judgment. It existed on a plane that the human path's technique could not access. Trying to pull the rider's soul was like trying to drain the ocean with a teacup. The rider turned, slowly. The skull rotated to face the human path, and the empty eye sockets were level with the path's Rinnegan, Penance Stare. Every sin Nagato had committed through this body, every soul it had ripped from a living person, every consciousness it had extinguished with a touch, all of it reflected back. The human path's eyes went wide, its body locked rigid. The piercings in its face glowed orange, heated by the hellfire that was now traveling through the Penance Stare's connection, burning into the path's chakra network. The human path collapsed, dead before it hit the ground. Eyes smoking, 4 down. The Preta path stepped forward, its hands extended. Chakra absorption, the technique that drank any energy-based attack, that could drain a Jinchuriki's reserves, that had defeated every shinobi who relied on chakra-based offense. It tried to absorb the Hellfire. The Hellfire entered the Preta path system, and the path realized, too late, a machine understanding a fatal error in real time, that Hellfire was not chakra. Hellfire was judgment. Judgment could not be absorbed. Judgment could not be consumed. Judgment could only be experienced. The Preta path swelled. Its body expanded as the Hellfire filled it, filling the chakra pathways, filling the organs, filling every space inside the construct with energy that had no upper limit and no capacity for containment. The path's skin glowed orange, then white. The piercings in its face launched outward like shrapnel, pushed out by the internal pressure. The Preta path detonated. The explosion was a sphere of hellfire 50 feet in diameter. It vaporized the ground beneath it, scorched the air above it, and sent a shockwave across the battlefield that knocked every standing shinobi within 200 meters off their feet. The rider stood at the edge of the blast, untouched, the explosion parting around him like water around a stone. 5 down. The Naraka path stood alone. Behind it, the King of Hell rose, the enormous demonic head, mouth open, flames dancing inside its throat, the entity that restored fallen paths and judged the living. The King of Hell was the Naraka path's trump card, its backup, its ace. The rider looked at the King of Hell. The King of Hell looked at the rider, Hellfire chain bind. 6 chains launched simultaneously, 3 from each hand, and wrapped around the King of Hell's massive jaw, its horns, its throat. The chains tightened. The Hellfire burned into the entity's spiritual flesh. The King of Hell tried to close its mouth, tried to retreat, tried to do anything that would put distance between itself and the thing that was now holding it. The rider pulled. The king of hell came forward, dragged, its massive form grinding across the spiritual plane, pulled by chains that operated on a level of authority the king of hell had never encountered. The spirit of vengeance outranked it. The spirit was older. The spirit was higher on the hierarchy of judgment. The king of hell judged the living. The spirit of vengeance judged everything. The king of hell screamed, a low, bass rumble that shook the battlefield, and retreated. It folded back into whatever dimension it occupied, pulling itself through the boundary between planes with the desperate speed of something fleeing a predator, and the chains let it go. The rider released the chains, and the king of hell vanished. And it did not come back, and it would never come back as long as the spirit of vengeance was standing on this field. The Naraka path was alone, stripped of its summon, stripped of its purpose. The rider walked toward it. 1 step, 2, the ground melted. 3, the Naraka path backed up. 4, it turned to run, Hellfire chain. The chain caught it around the neck. 1 pull, 1 flare ash, 6 down. The Ghost Rider stood in the crater. 6 paths of pain, the weapons of a man who called himself a god, destroyed. The summoned creatures were ash. The king of hell had fled. The mechanical weapons were slag. The jutsu were fuel. Every shinobi in Konoha was watching, on rooftops, in rubble, from shelters, through the smoke. They watched the burning skeleton stand in the center of the destruction that pain had wrought, and they watched it be absolutely, completely, totally still. The chains hung loose. The flames burned low. The skull tilted upward, toward the sky, toward the place where the real enemy hid. On a rooftop 3 blocks north, Sasuke Uchiha stood with his Sharingan active. He had not moved since the rider appeared. He had watched the entire thing, every chain, every blast, every judgment, and his Sharingan had recorded every frame, and his brain had processed every detail, and the conclusion was the same one he'd arrived at years ago, confirmed now with the irrefutable force of direct observation. Naruto Uzumaki was beyond comparison, beyond the scale, beyond anything Sasuke had ever imagined power could be. And the boy was still in there, behind the skull, behind the fire, fighting to stay human while wielding something that could unmake gods. Sasuke's fist tightened at his side. His Sharingan spun, and the admiration he felt, buried under pride and rivalry and years of competitive denial, was absolute. On a rooftop to the south, Sakura stood with her hands over her mouth. Tears ran down her face. She was watching the boy who had brought her flowers because her mother's garden was wilting. The boy who cracked jokes at Sasuke's expense and ate ramen like breathing and pulled pranks on their sensei and laughed like the world was still good. That boy was a burning skeleton with chains that killed on contact. And he had just destroyed 6 paths of a god in 3 minutes. And she was crying because she had never once, in all the years they'd been on the same team, told him that she cared about him. And watching him now, standing alone in that crater, wreathed in fire that was his and would always be his, she regretted that silence with a depth that surprised her. On the ground, in the rubble, Kakashi gasped awake. Katsuyu's fragment had kept him alive. The slug was attached to his chest, pumping healing chakra into the wound the Asura path had inflicted. The pain was immense, but Kakashi was conscious and his Sharingan was open and he could see. Through the gap in the collapsed wall above him, the Ghost Rider standing in the crater. "I trained that kid," Kakashi murmured. Then he coughed blood and passed out again. Somewhere outside the village, on a hillside that overlooked Konoha from the northeast, Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed and a look on his face that was impossible to name. He had returned to the village 3 days ago. He had been tracking Pain's movements. He had known the attack was coming. He had also known that Naruto would handle it. "I trained that kid," Jiraiya said quietly. And then, because he was Jiraiya and some things required editorial commentary, God help anyone who makes him angry. The rider did not pursue Nagato. The 6 paths were destroyed. The immediate threat was neutralized. The village was damaged but standing. And the rider, Naruto, behind the fire, felt the edges of the situation with a clarity that the old compulsion-driven rider had never possessed. He could feel Nagato, miles away, weak, The destruction of 6 paths simultaneously had cost the real body enormous chakra reserves. Nagato was vulnerable, and the rider wanted to go. The spirit of vengeance knew, with the cosmic certainty that defined its every judgment, that Nagato was guilty, massively guilty. The assault on Konoha alone had killed dozens. The years of Akatsuki operations had killed hundreds more. The Rinnegan-wielding corpse master who called himself Pain had caused more suffering in the last decade than most warlords caused in a lifetime. The rider wanted the judgment. Naruto held it. The fire dimmed, slowly, degree by degree. The chains retracted, the skull receded, flesh returned. Blue eyes emerged from the hellfire, tired and bright, and Naruto Uzumaki stood in the crater, human again, the rider put away by his own will. The choice was his. The rider was his tool now, and tools waited for the hand that wielded them. Naruto walked out of the crater. He walked through the wreckage of his village, past the destroyed buildings and the scattered debris, and the shinobi who stared at him with eyes that held fear and awe, and something that might have been the beginning of respect. He walked to the edge of the village, past the broken walls, past the perimeter, into the forest. He followed the chakra signature, the faint, flickering thread of Nagato's life force, weakened by the loss of his paths, broadcasting its location to anyone with the sensitivity to detect it. Naruto followed it through the trees, over a ridge, down a slope, to a hollowed-out tree trunk reinforced with paper seals and barrier jutsu that had been Nagato's hidden command post. Konan was waiting outside. She stood between Naruto and the entrance with paper wings spread, her face set, her body positioned to defend the man inside with everything she had. Naruto stopped. "Move," he said. His voice was quiet, human, 14 years old and carrying the weight of what he'd just done and what he was about to do. "I will not." Konan's voice was steady. "If you have come to kill him, you will kill me first." Naruto looked at her. He saw the paper wings. He saw the resolve. He saw underneath the Akatsuki cloak the woman who had loved Nagato since they were children in the rain, who had followed him through grief and madness in a war against the world, who would die for him without hesitation, because that was what love looked like when it had been forged in the worst conditions possible. "I haven't come to kill him," Naruto said. Konan's eyes narrowed. She did not trust him. She had watched her partner's 6 paths, the extension of his will, the bodies he had poured his ideology into, burned and broken and reduced to ash. The boy standing in front of her had done that. Then what? "I came to talk." The silence lasted 5 seconds. Konan searched his face. She was looking for the lie. She was looking for the orange flicker behind the blue eyes, the sign that the burning skeleton was about to emerge and end everything. She found only a tired boy. She stepped aside. Naruto entered the tree trunk. The interior was dim, lit by guttering candles and the faint glow of seals embedded in the walls. The air was thick with the smell of medicine and decay. Nagato was there. The real Nagato. Not the 6 paths. Not the imposing figure that called itself Pain. The real man, emaciated, connected to a walking apparatus that resembled a torture device more than a mobility aid. His body ravaged by years of channeling the Rinnegan through multiple bodies. His red hair thin and lank, his skin pale to the point of translucence. The Rinnegan burned in his eyes like furnaces in a body that was barely alive. He looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at him. They stared at each other for a long time. The man who had attacked the village, the boy who had destroyed the attack, the ideology of pain against the stubborn refusal to break. "You could kill me," Nagato said. His voice was thin, the voice of a man whose body had been failing for years. "Your power, the spirit, it could end me before Konan could intervene." "Yes," Naruto said. "Why haven't you?" Naruto sat down on the floor, cross-legged. He was below Nagato's eye level now, looking up, a boy on a floor, looking up at a broken man in a machine. "Because you're not what I expected," Naruto said. "What did you expect? A monster, someone who attacked my village because he wanted to watch it burn. Someone who enjoyed it, and what did you find? A guy in pain, a guy who lost the people he loved and couldn't figure out what to do with the grief, so he turned it into a philosophy, and the philosophy turned into a weapon, and the weapon killed a lot of people, and now here you are, barely alive, having accomplished nothing except more pain." The words hit Nagato like physical blows. Each one landed. Each one left a mark. You don't understand, Nagato said, but the conviction behind the words was threadbare, worn thin by the loss of his paths, by the sight of his life's work dismantled in 3 minutes, by the boy sitting in front of him who had suffered as much as Nagato had and chosen differently. I understand everything, Naruto said. I have a thing inside me that has judged more people than you've ever met. I have felt their sins. I have carried their victims' pain. I know what it's like to look at the world and see nothing but the guilty and the suffering. I know what it's like to want to burn it all down because the fire would be cleaner than the mess. Nagato stared at him. The difference between us, Naruto said, is that I didn't let the fire win. The words hung in the dim air between them. Candle flames flickered. You had Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto continued. He taught you too, right? Back in the rain. He taught you and Konan and your friend. What was his name? Yahiko. The name came out of Nagato's mouth like something sacred. Yahiko, he died. And everything fell apart after that. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes glistened. The man behind the god. The boy behind the pain. The child who had watched his best friend die on a blade and decided the world was broken beyond repair. I had 2 old people who gave me dumplings, Naruto said. They were killed in front of me by people who were supposed to protect the village. I was 8 years old. And the thing that happened after, the fire, the judgment, all of it, it happened because I lost them. Because the world showed me the worst version of itself, and I was too young and too broken to handle it any other way. He leaned forward. You and I are the same, Nagato. We're both kids who got hurt so bad that we became weapons. The only difference is what we pointed the weapon at. Nagato's hands trembled on the apparatus. His breathing was shallow. The Rinnegan spun slowly, processing, analyzing, searching for the flaw in the argument, the weakness in the logic, the reason this boy was wrong. He found nothing, because Naruto wasn't wrong. Yahiko believed in peace, Naruto said. Real peace. The kind where people stop hurting each other because they choose to, not because they're afraid. You told yourself you were carrying his dream forward. But Yahiko's dream was never about pain. It was about people. And you've spent the last decade killing the people he wanted to save. The tear ran down Nagato's cheek before he could stop it. One tear, then another. The Rinnegan blurred. What would you have me do? Nagato whispered. The dead are dead. The damage is done. Konoha's people, the ones I killed today, can come back. Nagato went still. Rinne rebirth, Naruto said. The outer path technique. It can bring them back. All of them. Everyone who died in the assault. That technique cost the user's life. I know. The silence that followed was the heaviest thing in the room. Heavier than the apparatus. Heavier than the Rinnegan. Heavier than the years of pain and ideology and war that had led to this moment. You're asking me to die, Nagato said. I'm asking you to choose. For the first time since Yahiko died, I'm asking you to make a choice that isn't about pain. The people you killed today, they had families, kids, lives. You can give that back. It won't fix everything. It won't undo the years. But it's a start. It's the start that Yahiko would have wanted. Nagato looked at Naruto. The Rinnegan, for all its power, for all its ability to see truth and manipulate reality and command the boundary between life and death, could not do what Naruto's eyes did in that moment. Naruto's eyes, blue, human, tired, carrying the fire behind them like a lantern in a dark room, simply believed. In him. In the possibility that the man who had destroyed a village could also save it. Nagato closed his eyes. Konan, he said. She was at the entrance. She had heard everything. Not the tears on her face were silent. Konan, he's right. Nagato, he's right. He's right about all of it. Yahiko would be ashamed of what I've become, and he would be proud of this boy. Nagato opened his eyes. The Rinnegan blazed. He formed the hand seal, a single complex configuration that connected him to the outer path, to the boundary between life and death, to the place where the souls of the recently dead waited. Ghetto art, Rinne rebirth. The technique activated. Nagato's body arched, the life force drained from him, pouring out through the Rinnegan, through the apparatus, through the barrier between the living and the dead. The energy was immense, cosmic. The power of a god poured into the singular act of undoing his own destruction. Across Konoha, the dead breathed, Kakashi's wound sealed. His eyes opened. He sat up in the rubble and gasped, a raw, desperate, animal gasp of a man returning from somewhere dark and cold. All around the village, the same thing happened. Shinobi killed in the assault opened their eyes. Civilians crushed under rubble found the rubble lighter, the wounds healing, the blood flowing back into veins that had been empty. The dead came back, one by one, dozens. The toll of Pain's assault reversed in a wave of returning life that spread across the village like sunrise. In the hidden command post, Nagato sagged. The life left his eyes. The Rinnegan dimmed, his breathing slowed to nothing. Conan caught him. She held him as he died. The man she had loved since childhood, the boy from the rain, the last piece of her original world. She held him and the paper wings folded around them both, and she wept in silence because the grief was too large for sound. Naruto stood up. He looked at Nagato's body, at the peaceful expression on a face that had worn nothing but pain for 2 decades. The rider stirred inside him. Naruto felt it. The spirit of vengeance acknowledging what had happened. The guilty man had chosen redemption. He had paid the ultimate price. And the spirit which dealt in absolutes recognized the transaction. Nagato's ledger was not clean. It would never be clean. But the final entry mattered. The final choice mattered. Even the spirit of vengeance understood sacrifice. Naruto turned to Conan. He made the right choice, said. Conan looked at him through tears. Her eyes were raw. Her face was stripped of every defense she had ever built. I know, she said. Naruto left the command post. He walked back through the forest, over the ridge, down the slope, through the broken walls of Konoha. The village was coming alive around him, the resurrected gasping awake, the survivors weeping with relief, the medical team scrambling to process the impossible miracle of mass resurrection. He walked to the crater at the village center. He stood in it, alone, surrounded by the scorch marks he had left and the ash that had been 6 paths of pain. And the afternoon sun broke through the smoke clouds and hit his face, and the warmth felt simple and good and real. He was human. He was standing. The rider was resting. Inside him, satisfied, quiet, waiting for the next time Naruto chose to open the door. For the first time in 5 years, Naruto Uzumaki felt something that might have been peace. The peace lasted longer this time. Months. Konoha rebuilt. The village's attitude toward Naruto shifted, slowly, grudgingly, in the way that a glacier shifts, massive and ponderous but ultimately unstoppable. The boy had saved the village. The boy had destroyed 6 gods and walked away, and the dead had come back and the fires had gone out, and the boy was still there, eating ramen at Ichiraku's and arguing with Sasuke and training with his team and being stubbornly, relentlessly a person. The whispers changed. Demon Brat became the rider. The rider became our rider, possessive, protective. The same village that had thrown bottles at a 6-year-old now watched a 15-year-old walk through the market and felt underneath the lingering fear something dangerously close to pride. Naruto noticed the change. He didn't trust it. Trust had been beaten out of him a long time ago. But he didn't reject it either. He let it exist. He let the smiles come and the nods of acknowledgement and the old woman at the flower stand who started leaving a lily on his doorstep every Tuesday and never left a note. He let it in, one piece at a time, one day at a time. And then the 4th Great Ninja War began. Madara Uchiha stood on the battlefield like a monument to arrogance given flesh. He was everything the legends described and more. The armor, the war fan, the hair, long, black, falling to his waist. The Rinnegan and the Sharingan, one in each eye, the combined visual power of the Sage of 6 Paths concentrated in the skull of a man who had decided, centuries ago, that the world was his to reshape. The allied shinobi forces, 80,000 strong, every village, every nation, united for the first time in history against a threat that none of them could face alone, stood across the field and felt the weight of what they were looking at. Madara had the Jubi, the 10 Tails, the primordial Biju, the source of all chakra, a creature so massive it warped the horizon, its body a mountain of twisted flesh and tails, its single eye a red moon hanging above the battlefield. The ground cracked beneath it. The air around it was thick with pressure, raw chakra, dense enough to taste, pressing down on every shinobi within miles. Madara stood at the 10 Tails base and looked at the army facing him and smiled the smile of a man who had already won and was simply deciding how to enjoy the process. He raised his hand. The Jubi roared. The sound hit the allied forces like a physical wall. Shinobi staggered, covered their ears, dropped to their knees. The Bijudama formed, a sphere of compressed chakra the size of a village, dark and pulsing, aimed at the center of the allied formation. "Die," Madara said. The Bijudama launched, and from behind the allied lines, across the churned earth of a battlefield that spanned 3 valleys, came a sound. A roar. Mechanical. Deep. Rising in pitch and volume until it drowned out the Bijudama's whine. Rising until every head turned. Rising until 80,000 shinobi looked behind them and saw it. A point of fire on the horizon, moving toward them at impossible speed, leaving a trail of molten glass that cut across the battlefield like a scar. The Hell Cycle. It came over the ridge at full velocity. The wheels were burning, hellfire churning, the tires eating distance like the concept of space was a suggestion. The frame was wreathed in flame, the handlebars glowing white hot, the engine screaming with the voices of something eternal and furious and unchained. The rider was on it, the Ghost Rider, in full transformation, skull blazing, chains whipping behind him in the slipstream, jacket burning at the shoulders, leaned the Hell Cycle into a turn that carved a trench in the earth and aimed straight for the center of the battlefield. Straight for the Bijudama, straight for Madara. He passed through the allied lines like a comet through a cloud formation. 80,000 shinobi watched him streak past, a blur of fire and bone and screaming metal, and the heat from the Hell Cycle's passage hit them in a wave that was warm without burning, fierce without harming. The innocent had nothing to fear from the spirit of vengeance. The fire knew the difference. The Bijudama was midair, half a mile from impact, 6 seconds from detonating against the allied formation and ending 80,000 lives. The rider came off the Hell Cycle, one leg over the seat, airborne. The Hell Cycle continued on its own, slamming into the ground and detonating in a hellfire explosion that sent a shockwave across the field, knocking the Jubi's nearest tail aside like a gust of wind knocking aside a curtain. The rider flew, upward, toward the Bijudama, chains extending from both arms, hellfire chain, 12 chains, each one burning white hot, each one 50 feet long, fanning out behind him like wings made of iron and fire. He reached the Bijudama at the apex of his arc, both hands out, chains wrapping around the sphere of compressed chakra, hellfire inferno. The rider poured everything into the chains. The hellfire traveled from his hands, down the chains, into the Bijudama. The sphere of compressed chakra, the most destructive single attack in the shinobi arsenal, a weapon that could flatten mountains, met the fire that burned judgment into the fabric of reality. The Bijudama destabilized. The compressed chakra lost cohesion as the hellfire ate through it from the inside, burning the energy, consuming it, converting destructive power into fuel for the spirit's flames. The sphere flickered, shrank, collapsed inward, and then detonated, but upward into the sky, the redirected blast punching a hole through the cloud layer and turning the atmosphere above the battlefield into a momentary second sun. The shockwave hit the ground. Trees for 3 miles were flattened. The earth shook. Every shinobi on the field was knocked off their feet. When they looked up, the Ghost Rider was standing between the allied forces and the 10 Tails, alone, feet planted on scorched earth, chains coiled at his sides, skull burning low and steady, the flames casting a shadow that stretched behind him for 100 meters. 80,000 shinobi stared at his back. Madara Uchiha stared at his face. The battlefield was silent. The kind of silence that happens when reality shifts and everyone present needs a moment to recalibrate their understanding of what is possible. The rider looked at Madara. Madara looked at the rider, and Madara smiled, genuine, delighted. The smile of a man who had been so powerful for so long that the concept of a challenge had become theoretical, and who was now looking at something that made it real again. "So this is the Ghost Rider," Madara said. His voice carried across the field, amplified by chakra, rich with centuries of confidence. The burning skull, the spirit of vengeance, the Shinigami's weapon. "Your sins are known," the rider said. 5 words, absolute. Sins? Madara's smile widened. "I have reshaped history. I have toppled nations. I have held the power of gods. You call those sins? I call them the prerogative of the strong." "This ends." Madara formed a hand seal. The Jubi responded. 5 tails launched simultaneously, each one a battering ram of compressed chakra, each one the size of a highway, each one aimed at the rider from a different angle. The rider moved, Hellfire chain whip. 12 chains extended simultaneously in every direction, a spider's web of burning iron that intercepted all 5 tails at once. The chains wrapped around the tails, tightened, and the hellfire burned into the Jubi's flesh. The creature screamed, a sound that shattered stone for a mile in every direction. The tails convulsed, trying to pull free. The chains held. The hellfire burned deeper. The rider pulled. The tails tore. Not cut, torn. Ripped from the Jubi's body by raw, impossible force, the hellfire cauterizing the wounds as they opened, preventing regeneration. 5 tails, each one a weapon of mass destruction, severed and burning, hitting the ground around the battlefield like fallen towers. Madara's smile flickered. Just a fraction. Interesting, he said. He dropped from his position at the Jubi's base, landed on the ground, drew his war fan, the gunbai, the battle fan of the Uchiha clan, a weapon that had redirected Byudama and deflected armies. He swung, Uchiha reflection. The gunbai absorbed the ambient chakra of the battlefield and released it as a concentrated shockwave. A technique that had thrown entire battalions. A technique that scaled with the amount of energy available, and with the Jubi's chakra saturating the field, the energy available was near infinite. The shockwave hit the rider. The rider stood in it. The shockwave parted around his frame like wind around a pillar. The ground on either side cracked, deformed, was reshaped by the force. The rider was untouched. The shockwave carried chakra. Hellfire ate chakra. Madara closed the distance. Taijutsu. The ancient perfected combat style of a man who had been fighting wars since before Konoha existed. His movements were flawless. Each strike precisely weighted, each dodge efficient, each counter flowing into the next attack with the fluid grace of a body that had spent centuries mastering combat. The rider's chain caught the first punch. Hellfire chain bind. The chain wrapped around Madara's wrist. The hellfire burned through the armor, through the skin, reaching for the soul underneath. Madara's Rinnegan flared. Shinra Tensei, point blank, concentrated everything he had, aimed at the chain around his wrist. The repulsive force launched from his arm, hit the chain, and nothing. The chain held. The Shinra Tensei dispersed against the hellfire like a wave against a seawall. For the first time in centuries, something had overpowered Madara's Rinnegan technique. He leaped back. The chain stayed. The rider pulled. Madara was dragged forward, feet scoring trenches in the earth, his Rinnegan spinning, his Sharingan blazing, his body being pulled toward the burning skeleton by a force that operated on a level his eyes could not process. Madara activated Susanoo. The ethereal warrior formed around him in layers, skeleton, muscle, armor. Full body Susanoo. Perfect Susanoo. A titan of blue chakra the size of a mountain, 4-armed, wielding swords of condensed energy, the ultimate defense and offense of the Uchiha bloodline. The Susanoo's armor was supposed to be invulnerable. It was the final manifestation of Madara's visual power, the technique that had fought Hashirama's wood release on equal terms. The hellfire chains found the Susanoo's chest. They punched through. The invulnerable armor, the ultimate Uchiha defense, cracked where the chains touched it. Orange fissures spread from the point of contact, hellfire eating through the chakra construct the way acid eats through metal. The Susanoo's chest caved inward. The armor shattered. Fragments of blue chakra scattered like broken glass. The chains tore through the Susanoo's body, through the armor, through the skeleton, through the layers of defense that were supposed to be absolute, and wrapped around Madara's physical body inside. The Susanoo collapsed. The titan disintegrated around its creator, falling apart in chunks of dissolving chakra, and Madara hung in the chain's grip, suspended 10 feet off the ground, the hellfire burning through his armor and into his skin. Madara's eyes met the rider's. The Rinnegan and the Sharingan against 2 points of hellfire in empty sockets. Penance Stare. The connection formed. The hellfire found the path, not through the eyes exactly, but through the soul, through the deepest part of Madara's being where his sins were stored. And there were sins, centuries of them. Wars instigated, clans manipulated, the Uchiha massacre, arranged from beyond the grave, a chain of events that Madara's machinations had set in motion long before Itachi was ever born. The cycle of hatred, maintained by Madara's hand across generations, and each generation had paid for it in blood. The Penance Stare hit. Madara screamed. The scream was, the Rinnegan cracked. The Sharingan bled. The eyes of a man who had never feared anything, overloaded with the psychic weight of centuries of warfare, reflected back at their source. Every death on every battlefield he had walked. Every orphan his wars had created. Every clan his manipulations had destroyed. The full cumulative weight of everything Madara Uchiha had done to the shinobi world poured into his consciousness at maximum intensity. His body convulsed. His hands clawed at the chains. His jaw was locked open, the scream sustaining, his lungs pushing air through a throat that was raw and torn. The Rinnegan flickered, the concentric circles distorting, the connection to the Jubi stuttering. The Sharingan's Tomoe spun wildly, trying to break the gaze, trying to cast a genjutsu, trying anything. The Penance Stare held. The rider's fire was older than the Sharingan, older than the Rinnegan, older than the sage who had created them. Genjutsu broke against it like waves on stone. The visual powers that defined the Uchiha bloodline had no authority here. Madara's Rinnegan went dark. The connection to the Jubi severed. The 10 Tails, suddenly uncontrolled, roared and thrashed, its tail sweeping the battlefield, and the allied forces scattered and regrouped. But the beast was aimless now, a weapon without a hand to guide it, massive but directionless. The rider held Madara for 5 more seconds. 5 seconds of every sin reflecting back at full power. 5 centuries compressed into 5 seconds, then the chains released. Madara fell. He hit the ground and did not move. His eyes were open. The Rinnegan was dark. The Sharingan was dark. His mouth was open. His face was locked in an expression that was part scream and part something else. Something that might have been in a man capable of it, recognition. The recognition of a man who had spent centuries believing he was above judgment, finally experiencing what judgment felt like. He was not dead. The Penance Stare had never killed anyone whose will was strong enough to survive it. Madara's will was iron, but the iron had been heated white hot and bent into a shape it had never been before. And the man lying on the ground was not the man who had been standing on it 30 seconds ago. The Jubi thrashed. Without Madara's control, the beast was a danger to everyone, alliance and enemy alike. Its tail swept the field. Its eye rolled wildly. Naruto turned the rider toward it. Hellfire chain bind. 40 chains. Every chain the rider had ever produced and then more. The spirit of vengeance reaching for its full potential, drawing on the bottomless well of hellfire that was its essence. The chains erupted from the rider's body in every direction, arcing through the air like a metal forest, and they wrapped around the Jubi, around its tails, around its body, around its legs, its torso, its neck. The Jubi screamed. The chains burned into its flesh. The hellfire met the primordial chakra of the 10 Tails, and the two forces clashed, ancient against ancient, creation against judgment, the source of all chakra against the fire that predated chakra's existence. The hellfire won, because it always won, because that was the nature of the spirit of vengeance. It operated on a level above the physical, above the spiritual, on the cosmic plane where actions had consequences and consequences had weight, and weight demanded payment. The Jubi's chakra was immense. The hellfire was immeasurable. The chains tightened. The Jubi's form compressed. The creature shrank, not physically but spiritually, its essence being condensed, restrained, bound by 40 chains of hellfire that were pulling it inward, forcing it into a smaller and smaller space. And then from within the Jubi, something emerged. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor, the mother of chakra, the alien goddess who had consumed the fruit of the god tree and gained the power that had seeded the entire shinobi world. She rose from the Jubi's collapsing form like a phoenix from its nest. White robes, pale skin, the Rinne blazing on her forehead, her expression serene and absolute and utterly alien. She looked at the rider. The rider looked at her. "I am the origin," Kaguya said. Her voice was not human. It resonated on frequencies that predated language. "I am the mother. I am the source. You cannot judge what created you. Your sins are known. I have no sins. I am beyond your categories. I am." The rider was already moving. Hellfire chain. 30 chains released the Jubi and converged on Kaguya. She activated Amanomanaka, the dimensional shift, the technique that transported targets to alternate realities. The space around the rider warped. Reality folded. The chains punched through the fold. The dimensional shift hit the chains and unraveled. The hellfire burning through the spatial manipulation, the chains existing on a plane that Kaguya's dimensional techniques could not access. The fold collapsed. Reality snapped back into place. Kaguya was still there. The rider was still there. The chains were still coming. Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan blazed, all killing ash bones. The bones formed in her palms, the ultimate weapon, the technique that disintegrated anything organic on contact, the attack that had killed gods. She threw them. 6 bones, each one aimed at a vital point on the rider's frame. The bones hit the rider's body and turned to ash. Not the target, the weapons themselves. The all-killing ash bones met the rider's hellfire, and the fire consumed them, broke them down, reduced the divine weapons to dust that drifted harmlessly to the ground. Kaguya's expression changed, for the first time. The serene confidence cracked. Behind the alien eyes, behind the divine certainty, something very old and very powerful felt something it had never felt before. Doubt. The chains reached her, hellfire chain bind. The chains wrapped around her arms, her torso, her legs. The hellfire burned into her skin that had been invulnerable to every attack in human history, skin that had withstood the combined might of the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. The hellfire burned through it, because the hellfire burned the soul, and even Kaguya, ancient, divine, alien, had a soul, and that soul had sins the god tree. The civilizations it had consumed, the wars she had instigated to harvest chakra, the children she had turned against each other, the cycle of conflict and suffering that she had seeded into the fabric of the shinobi world, a cycle that had produced 1,000 years of warfare, millions of deaths, generation after generation of children sent to die in battles that existed because Kaguya Otsutsuki had decided the world was her garden and humans were the fertilizer. Penance Stare. The connection formed. Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan met the rider's hellfire. In the full weight of 1,000 years of downstream consequences, every war, every death, every orphan, every burning village, every grieving parent, crashed into the consciousness of the being who had started it all. Kaguya screamed. The sound was alien, wrong, a frequency that made the air itself vibrate and the ground shake, and every shinobi on the battlefield clapped their hands over their ears. The scream of a goddess experiencing, for the first time in her existence, the weight of what she had done to a world she considered beneath her. The chains tightened. The hellfire blazed. Kaguya's form destabilized. The divine body cracking, the white robes burning, the Rinne Sharingan flickering like a dying star. Her essence was being pulled apart, not killed, erased. The hellfire burning through the layers of divinity that protected her, reaching the core, the fundamental spiritual essence that made Kaguya Otsutsuki what she was. The chains pulled one final time. Kaguya's body fractured, light poured from the cracks, white light, the raw, unprocessed power of the god tree's fruit, the chakra that had seeded the world. The light erupted outward, hitting the battlefield in a wave of warmth and energy that washed over every shinobi and left them gasping. And then Kaguya was gone. Not sealed, not banished, erased. The spirit of vengeance had judged the mother of chakra and found her guilty, and the sentence was absolute. The hellfire consumed her essence, her divinity, her power, all of it feeding the flames, all of it fuel for a fire that would never stop burning because it burned on the fuel of consequence itself. The Jubi collapsed without Kaguya to sustain it. The monstrous form shrank, destabilized, broke apart into raw chakra that dispersed across the battlefield like a warm wind. The tailed beasts reformed, 9 distinct entities emerging from the dissolving Jubi, each one disoriented but alive, each one freed from the prison that Kaguya had built. The rider stood on the ash field. The flames dimmed, the chains retracted, the skull receded. Flesh returned, blue eyes, tired and bright, emerging from the hellfire. Naruto Uzumaki stood where the Ghost Rider had been, the leather jacket smoking, the chains coiled quietly under his clothes, his face streaked with soot and sweat. The battlefield was silent. 80,000 shinobi, every village, every nation, every Kage and Jonin and Chunin and Jinin who had survived the war, stared at the boy standing in the center of the field, the boy who had caught a Bijudama in the sky, who had torn through the Jubi's tails, who had broken Madara Uchiha Susanoo with chains and judged him with a gaze, who had erased the progenitor of chakra itself, the boy who was 16 years old, and tired and standing alone. No one spoke. No one moved. The silence was so complete that the wind across the battlefield sounded like breathing. And then someone clapped, a single pair of hands, somewhere in the rear of the Allied formation. A Chunin, nobody special. A man who had fought through the worst day of his life and survived, and was looking at the person responsible for that survival and doing the only thing his body could think to do. Another pair, then another, then 10, then 50. Then a wave, a rising tsunami of sound, 80,000 pairs of hands crashing together, the thunder of an army's gratitude hitting the silent battlefield like a breaking dam. The cheering followed, voices, thousands of them. Names shouted, Naruto, and words screamed into the sky, thank you, and raw, wordless cries that carried everything language couldn't. Naruto stood in it. The sound washed over him. He blinked. His eyes stung, and his chest was tight, and his throat hurt, and the voices in his head, the old ones, the judge, the damned, were quieter than they had ever been. Buried under the sound of the living, drowned out by gratitude. On a ridge overlooking the field, Sasuke stood with his Sharingan active. He had fought through the war at the Alliance's flank, hard, brutal, effective, the redeemed Avenger using his power for something larger than himself for the first time. He had watched Naruto's final battle from the ridge. He had watched every chain, every blast, every judgment. He did not clap. He did not cheer. He stood with his arms at his sides and watched and said nothing, but his Sharingan recorded everything. And inside the vault of Sasuke Uchiha's mind, alongside the faces of 3 gate guards he would carry forever, he placed the image of Naruto Uzumaki standing alone on an ash field while the world applauded. On the field itself, Sakura was crying, both hands over her mouth, tears running freely. She was looking at the boy she had known since childhood, the boy who had brought her flowers, who had cracked jokes at Sasuke's expense, who had eaten ramen like breathing and smiled like the world was still good, and she was seeing for the first time the full scope of what he was and what he carried and what it cost him. Naruto, she whispered, through her fingers, through the tears, the name carrying everything she had never said. Kakashi stood with the Jonin core. His mask hid his mouth. His headband was pushed up, the Sharingan exposed. His one visible eye was wide. Wet. Sensei, he said to the sky, to Minato, to the 4th Hokage whose face was carved into the mountain that watched over the village they both loved. Your son did all right. And Jiraiya, somewhere in the rear lines, arms crossed, white hair stirring in the wind, watching his student stand at the end of the war. He muttered it under his breath, not to anyone, just to the universe, just to whatever was listening. I trained that kid. The cheering continued. The war was over. The enemy was ash. The dead stayed dead, except the ones Nagato had saved, long ago now in a different battle. And the living were alive, and the sun was setting over a battlefield that would become a monument, and the boy at its center was human and standing, and here, Naruto left the battlefield alone. The hell cycle materialized as he walked, forming from the ground up, wheels first, frame second, handlebars last, the engine idling with a low rumble that was almost gentle. He swung onto the seat. The jacket settled around his frame. The chains lay quiet against his body, warm but still, resting. He rode out through the rear of the Allied formation. Shinobi parted to let him pass. They watched him go. Some bowed, some saluted, some just stared, memorizing the image of the boy on the motorcycle of fire riding away from the end of the world. The Hell Cycle's tires left faint marks on the earth, warm, glowing, fading within minutes. Naruto rode north, through the battlefield's remnants, through the forest beyond, through the border of the land of fire, through the roads and the villages and the ordinary world that was continuing to exist because he had made sure it could. He rode for hours. The sun set. The stars came out. The moon rose, full and silver, lighting the road in a wash of pale light that made Hell Cycle's hellfire glow brighter by contrast. He reached Konoha at midnight. The village was quiet. The war was far away. Here in the streets, civilians slept. The ramen stand was closed. The academy was dark. The Hokage monument stood against the stars, 4 faces, 5, soon maybe more. Watching the village they had built and protected, and sometimes failed, Naruto rode the Hell Cycle up the hill behind the monument. A narrow path, barely wide enough, winding through trees that leaned away from the heat of his tires. He reached the top. The hill overlooked the entire village. From here, Konoha was a map of lights, the glow of street lamps and late-night windows and the eternal flame at the memorial stone. It looked small from up here, fragile, a village built by humans, maintained by humans, populated by humans who were brave and cruel and kind and petty and beautiful and broken, all at once, all the time. The village that had hated him, the village that had tried to kill him, the village that had ignored a child eating from trash bins and celebrating birthdays alone and sleeping in an empty apartment with no one to tell him good night. The village he had saved twice. Because the innocent people inside it deserved to live, and their innocence outweighed the cruelty of everyone who had hurt him, and he had made that calculation a long time ago, and the math had never changed. Naruto parked the Hell Cycle. The engine rumbled once. He reached for the key that wasn't a key, the point of intent where his will met the machine's existence. He turned it off. The engine stopped. The hellfire faded from the wheels. The tires went dark. The handlebars cooled. The cycle sat on the hilltop, still and quiet, a machine at rest, silence, actual silence. The deep, complete silence of a world that had stopped fighting. The wind through the trees, the distant sound of the village breathing, a collective exhale, 1,000 sleeping lungs, the rhythm of a place that was alive and ordinary and continuing. Naruto sat on the Hell Cycle seat and looked at the village. The chains under his jacket were warm. The rider was inside him, deep inside, resting in the space behind the door, burning low and patient in his. He could feel it, a furnace with the damper closed, a weapon in its sheath. The voices in his head were quiet, still there, always there, the choir of the judge, but quiet, a murmur instead of a scream. Background noise in a life that had, for the first time, a foreground worth focusing on. He thought about Kimiko, the flour and sesame oil hands, the dumplings, the promise that there would always be more. He couldn't remember the taste anymore. 5 years had eroded the specific memory, but he remembered the feeling, the warmth, the safety, the brief and precious sense of being loved by someone who chose it freely. He thought about Takeo, the nod, the simple questions. You staying warm enough? Nobody else had asked. Nobody else had cared. He thought about Aruka, who had shown up with groceries and sat on the floor and never asked about the jacket or the chains. About Kakashi, who had been told to give a boy a reason to stay human and had done it with bad excuses and lazy smiles and the quiet, consistent presence of someone who cared more than he would ever admit. About Sasuke, broken and rebuilt, carrying the weight of the Penance Stare and the debt he would never repay, and the grudging, stubborn, impossible bond that had survived a curse mark and a betrayal and a burning courtyard in the rain. About Sakura, who had watched and worried and never pushed and never abandoned and was braver than she knew. About Jiraiya, 13 years too late and trying so hard to make up for it that it hurt to watch. He thought about the Shinigami, the contract, the void, the fire that had broken the chains of a death god. He thought about the Penance Stare reflecting the Shinigami's sins back into its own eyes. He thought about the moment the contract shattered and the air tasted different, and the chains were his, and the fire was his, and everything was finally his. He thought about pain, about Nagato and his machine, choosing death over continuation, choosing sacrifice over ideology, the Rinnegan going dark in eyes that had finally seen clearly. He thought about the war, the battlefield, the Bijudama in the sky, Madara's scream, Kaguya's erasure, 80,000 hands clapping. He thought about the boy in the alley, 8 years old, broken fingers, holding a dead woman's hand, saying yes to the dark because there was nothing else left. That boy was still here, battered, burning, scarred in ways that would never heal, carrying voices that would never go silent, bonded to a power that had almost consumed him and now answered his call. 16 years old, tired, alive. The breeze shifted. It came from the direction of the village, carrying the smell of the night. Clean air, wood smoke from chimneys, the distant sweetness of a bakery starting its early morning prep. Ordinary smells, human smells, the smells of a place that was waking up. Naruto smiled, the real one. The one that wasn't performing anything. The one that cost nothing and meant everything. The one that was just a boy, sitting on a motorcycle made of hellfire on a hill above the village that had broken him and that he had saved, watching the first lights come on in the windows below, watching a world that was bruised and imperfect and worth protecting, take another breath and keep going. The sun was still below the horizon, but the sky was lighter. The stars were fading. The edge of dawn was creeping across the east, turning the darkness gray, then purple, then the faint, warm gold that meant the night was ending. Naruto watched it come. He sat on the hill, in the silence, in the space between the night and the morning, and he let the warmth of a new day reach him. The chains were quiet, the fire was resting, the voices were a murmur, the jacket smelled like smoke, and the road and something ancient in his. The sun broke the horizon, the light hit Konoha's rooftops and turned them gold. It reached the Hokage monument and lit the faces. It crossed the market district, rebuilt, new wood, fresh paint, alive. It touched the academy and the training grounds and the memorial stone and the thousand small ordinary places where ordinary people lived ordinary lives and were safe because a boy had decided again and again every day to hold the fire instead of letting it win. Naruto breathed in. The air tasted like morning. He was still here.
That's it. That's the whole movie. If your jaw is still on the floor, good, it was supposed to be there. Drop a like, subscribe, and comment which scene broke your brain the hardest. See you in the next one.